Who was ever saying that it was over?
No, it's not. You're not doing a Packers redo here. But we're going to make you feel better today.
I hope so. Good Wednesday morning,
because you want to feel
Philadelphia.
better.
I absolutely do.
You want to feel better.
Last night was fun yet again. Back-to-back nights where it was a lot of fun watching the Phillies play baseball. Citizens Bank Park, crowd rocking. Very good baseball team in town with the Seattle Mariners. Phillies, of course, beat them up in Game 1. Yesterday, a little bit more dicey. But we got to see the big 2-run home run from one of your key players in JT Realmuto. And then, of course, we got to watch Duran come in. Yes! For another electric save.
How about, though, the fact that you said back-to-back nights. How about 3 nights in a row? The Bats.
Yeah.
The Bats alive for 3 nights in a row.
Yeah. All right. But Sunday, like the Nola fiasco, like that didn't help me.
Okay. Well, Monday. Monday night the pitching was terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the Bats though for 3 nights in a row. To me, that's the most inspiring part. I'm going. Wait a minute. I'm seeing offense. I'm seeing a lineup that's getting depth in it, and I'm seeing it against a Mariners team who, by the way, is one of the teams that a lot of people think can make it to the World Series out of the American League.
Yep.
I'm damn happy this morning.
Yeah, as you should
it's
be.
weird. It's the roller coaster of the Philadelphia Phillies season. It's what it is.
It's been all season, and yet the roller coaster has still gotten us to a point where the Phillies are 20 games above 500 on August the 20th. They're 73-53 on the season. You mentioned the depth. A lot of that is the return of Alec Boehm, which we kept on saying when that happened, it would look a lot better.
Alec Boehm.
The last couple of days, interesting. Nick Castellanos batting 7th in the lineup. I don't think that's wrong for Rob Thompson and the Phillies to do that.
No, in fact, I'm topper.
Yeah.
Can I give him a clap?
It wasn't long ago where they had him
batting. Can I give him a clap?
Remember, he was batting 8th in 2023.
I love it.
So
I love it.
You got to do what you got to do, and when you have a lineup of Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto in the cleanup spot yesterday, I know not everybody loves that.
I don't love that usually, but boy, did I like it last night.
Yeah, last night
in the bottom of the 8th.
Yep, came up big with the 2-run home run. Boehm bats 5th, which then moves everybody down. So Marsh is batting 6th, Castellanos 7th, Bader 8th, and then Bryson Stott batted 9th yesterday. You still had a bunch of 0-fers, Marsh, Castellanos, Bader. That's a combined 0 for 12, and that's 3 straight guys in the order. So that's like one of those black holes in the order. But everybody else contributed in that lineup yesterday, and that's a good sign. And now the question is, the age-old question is, can they get hot at the right time, and can it carry for multiple playoff series like we saw in 2022? It took one big swing of the bat from Bryce Harper against Miles Michaelis to become superhero Bryce Harper again.
And remember, when we think about 2022, the wild card series, they did not hit.
Right.
They hit in the 9th inning, and then they won Saturday night 2-0.
They didn't just hit in the 9th inning; they got hit in the 9th inning.
They did.
Alec Boehm got drilled by Helsley at one point in that inning.
They went up, and then they won a game 2-0.
Yeah.
Behind a great outing by Aaron Nola. So the Bats were dead in the Cardinals series.
Yeah.
And they got through to the Braves, and then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose for 2 series with the Bats. That's the kind of thing that can happen. Can the pitching click, maybe in a short series? Can the Bats carry you in a longer series?
Right.
And so, look, there's a lot of reason to say it ain't over yet.
I got you. I love that. I'm glad that you're going to try to help me out today.
I have a couple ways that I'm going to try to help you out.
I know, and we'll get through them because we did 50 days of therapy for John Kincade.
And you helped me with that.
And we're getting closer to the start of regular season, and it looks like your recovery process is going pretty well.
Even with the injuries.
I haven't seen as much nerves from you.
Well, yeah, even with the injuries. And all the injuries.
There's a lot to get into.
Yeah, I know.
But now I need help from you guys, and I know that you guys will do your best to try to help me out, and I appreciate it. I am down in the dumps still, but it was a good win yesterday, fun win yesterday, and I'm excited to keep watching this Phillies team. Now, the get hot thing, right? Like, let me keep it 100, as I try to every single day. I never try to sugarcoat anything. I'm always truthful.
I was informed, by the way, during Liverpalooza down the shore.
Okay.
From the 21-year-olds, I'll put that on the shelf.
Yeah, keep it 100's out.
Keep it 100 is way out now. So I'm just giving you a little thing because I used it. I used it and was told that's sort of
Can I ask you guys something?
on the shelf.
Do you guys know me?
Yes. I do, but
do
the thing is,
I care what's in and what's out. I don't freaking give a damn.
I understand. I'm just giving you a heads up that's in case you had not the kids had not given
With
you
all
that
due
information.
respect to the 21-year-olds, like I don't really care what's in and what's out. I wear the same 6 shirts over the course of a week. I still wear underwear from middle school. Like
See,
I
that's
don't
crazy.
freaking care, man.
Yeah, bro, your shirts are hip.
They really are.
No, they're vintage.
They are
That's
vintage.
what-
That's right.
I'm-
By the way-
I'm vintage.
And by the way, vintage is in.
that's it. Of course.
See,
it
now
is.
what's funny is
So
if you
I'm
keep it
always
long
in.
enough, it's in,
Thank
Salciunas.
God. All right. So I will keep it 100, whether
There
you
you
want
go.
to say that or not.
Sure, Pop.
I have said to you guys numerous times that I do not want to roll the dice on whether or not we get hot, right? That's been the case the last couple of years. Well, if they get hot, we know how dangerous this lineup can be. And we're seeing it right now, right? We're living it right now. We just watched them beat up the Mariners the last 2 games. They're looking to sweep them today.
And hopefully we don't get the lackadaisical effort.
Yeah, hopefully not. You mentioned the big onslaught of offense on Sunday against the Nationals where you put up 11 runs. That's great. And I love that this lineup, when hot, can be dangerous. I saw a tweet going viral from a Brewers fan
Okay.
that is worried about the Phillies. Like, this is the team that I don't want to face in the playoffs. Maybe because we've been talking about the Brewers so much, it's popped up in the algorithm.
And they got swept yesterday.
I know
Wow.
from the outside that the Phillies could be really dangerous. I just never want to roll the dice on if it gets hot, they can win games. That's why last year I wanted to trade for an outfielder despite the Phillies having one of the better records in all of baseball. That's why I was so disappointed at the trade deadline this year, because you just brought in another platoon guy and you're hoping that you can once again just pencil in a lineup versus a left-handed pitcher, pencil in a lineup versus a right-handed pitcher, and say, this is what we're going to roll with. I just don't like that way of going about it.
I think it's fair. Yeah, and I think most people would consider what you say there very rational. I think you're with you share a common DNA there with a lot of Phil stats. That's nothing.
And
nothing
when
irrational,
Wheeler goes
okay?
hurt, when Wheeler goes down, like that was kind of like the final straw for
Okay,
me. Because remember, the Astros series, my reaction was, this is why you're buyers, because I can't let this starting rotation go to waste. And unfortunately, they'll be without the ace.
They will be.
We all think.
No, they're
Oh, no, there's people still holding on hope,
my
John.
gosh. Yeah,
I
there's
got
good.
another tweet yesterday.
yeah.
How do you know that Wheeler's not going to come back?
How do you? Wow. Okay. There's people who want to live in that. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think his own family's living in that.
No.
And any of the doctors that are, if you've watched any of the local coverage, they talk about with normal people doing normal things that don't have jobs where they're throwing 100 miles an hour.
Right.
They talk about 3 to 5 weeks off of their jobs.
Yes.
That they work from home or they do something where it's not strenuous, nothing strenuous, for 3 to 5 weeks after the what the procedure he did the other day. I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Fibrosis.
Thrombolysis.
3 to 5 weeks of not doing, depending on their fitness levels and their age. Don't do anything. Just sit home and watch The Price is Right. Relax. Just relax at home.
And then you gotta gear up your arm
start
again.
gearing up.
Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, we're 5 weeks to the end of the baseball season.
Yeah.
So I mean, seriously.
But you know what? Again, we talked about
It's
this.
okay. Some people, it's their coping mechanism, and
Sure.
that's great. If it happened, it would be a beautiful thing.
It absolutely
would be
a
wonderful.
beautiful thing. But at least you know that your game 1 starter, it's not a drastic fall off. Christopher Sanchez dazzled again yesterday, 6 1/3, 12 strikeouts.
Wow. And
6 hits.
he could have had more if the home plate umpire was a little bit better.
Yep.
And if we had a robot umpire, he would
Maybe.
have.
And 2 earned runs. He could have had less if the bullpen was more trustworthy.
And if the defense is a
Unfortunately,
little
that
bit
didn't
better.
happen.
Yeah.
But, they got the win, and that's great. 73 and 53, 20 games above 500. So
there you
here's
go.
the deal.
There you go.
Coming up-
I feel it.
Coming
I'm
up
feeling
next, John's going to give his first bit of information about why I should still feel good about the Phillies' chances of being contenders and not just writing them off.
it. I'm going to keep it up. No, I'm not.
I'm going to need you on this one, Johnny. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons feel like Groundhog Day because you keep hearing the same?
I forgot to ask John, how long is this information going to take for you to try to
It's
make
not going to be that
improvement?
long. It's going to put a smile on your face.
All right, so
You
I
got time.
can tell you something real quick.
No, I try to keep things brief.
Always. I was just making sure, because if you needed like
fine.
5 minutes,
No. This
floor
won't
is
be
yours.
5 minutes. How about this? Within 2 minutes, I can put a smile on your face.
I love that.
And if not, you're just trying to be contrary.
Oh, well, I don't want to be that
And I know
guy.
you're not. So that's why I'm
You
going to put a
take
smile
this
on your
side,
face.
I take that side. Let's have a show.
No. Sometimes people get embedded in opinions, and I know you want to come over to Connor and my
Hell
camp.
yeah, I do, man. I
So
want to
there
be.
you
I
go.
want to be a happy guy.
Connor, I'm moving him over with this, and if you haven't read your notes, and Connor never reads my email
No.
until the next day,
well,
it'll
the
be
morning.
fine. So we'll it's going to make Connor. I'm
This
going
show
to
is more
sway
than
him over.
just 6 to 10, by the way, Captain.
I'm going to sway.
This job is a 24-hour job.
I'm going to
Come on,
sway
man.
him over.
All right. I saw a tweet from a fella named Kendall Baker,
A fella.
who is with Yahoo.
Okay.
Does all kinds of stuff for Yahoo Sports. He got a little bit of a scoop about the future of baseball viewership. I don't know if you saw this yesterday.
Baseball.
The
about
Apple,
the
Apple TV broadcasts dead.
That's what I heard.
I'm fine with it.
No, it bums me out. It's the best quality
I
broadcast
know you
that
love
there is.
I know you love the footage, and I know you love that you can listen to the radio feed while
I can
watching
put on Fransky
and watch
and
the game.
I can
clear
watch the
picture.
game. Now I love T-Mac and what they do too, but it's a nice change-up. You hear
Sure.
T-Mac all the time. I mean, it's nice to hear Fransky too, and the quality of the broadcast with Apple's better than any visual quality we get.
NBC/Peacock, that's growing because remember, we've been a couple of times the Phillies have played the Peacock only game. They're picking up Friday and Sunday exclusive games
By the way-
and wild cards.
By the way, Peacock's not bad.
No, it's not.
It's not. You can catch Days of Our Lives and you can catch
and
baseball.
of course, if your team's playing, I wonder if they would still give the local broadcast
The local
because
NBC.
it's NBC/Peacock.
They do. The local NBC. So NBC 10
Correct.
would have the option of carrying the games.
Correct.
So how about that?
Absolutely.
So that's cool. Everybody liked that.
Everybody thought baseball on ESPN was dead.
Baseball.
ESPN is apparently buying MLB TV.
Now that is one that is MLB TV. I'm interested in because now that's not MLB Network.
Right, MLB TV, where like you can
That's
watch
on my app.
games
Now,
and all that.
Now
kind of stuff.
I love the MLB at Bat app. The MLB app, MLB TV, and MLB at Bat app is the best $29.99 I spend all year.
Sure,
I think it's the best sports app.
sure.
I can at anywhere next week. I'm in Avalon. I can watch the Phillies.
Yeah.
I can literally pull up, listen to some live music at night.
Yeah.
Have a cocktail.
Or you could be a sicko like me and watch two random teams play.
Now sometimes I'll do that. You know what I'll do? I'll get the alert. No hitter alert.
Oh yeah, that's
Seventh
awesome.
inning.
Yeah, so you put that.
All I
on.
do is just hit it, push it, and watch it,
That's beautiful.
and then choose the broadcast you want to listen to.
So ESPN is building some mega, not that they're already not mega, but some mega like streaming platform because remember they bought the WWE,
Correct.
they partnered with, or not bought the WWE, but
Well,
partnered with
bought the rights.
right, and obviously the NFL Network merger, and now also MLB TV, and
all
then
the
finally
don't
Netflix.
they have UFC too? Like or
Yeah,
something
that one
like
just,
that.
or no, I think they
Not
just
UFC,
moved
is
all
it?
away. I forget.
Or whatever it is. Yeah.
And Netflix will be getting the home run derby. Not that that really matters. All right, make me happy, John.
Okay, I'm going to make you happy.
Speaking of back, because
Okay.
the bats could maybe help me get back.
Okay, anybody who is like Andrew, feeling a little down, I'm just going to give you some recent history, and then I'm going to give you a little history lesson of the 22nd century. It was 21st century, I should say. The Dodgers injury-ravaged 24 staff last year. So if last August you talked to the Dodgers, did you know that they had lost as many starts from their starting rotation as the top 5 teams in baseball last year?
Did not know that.
Yeah, their starting rotation had been terribly ravaged by injury last year. So they were probably thinking, if we had our starting rotation, we could win a World Series. The 2023 Rangers were the 18th best ERA in baseball, and their starting staff faced major injury losses to 4 of their 5 starters by the time this date in August happened. They lost 4 of their 5 starters from their opening day rotation. The 2021 Braves. Now I got to skip the 2022 Astros because we all remember how good
Yeah.
that Astros starting pitching was. The 2021 Braves had 4 of their 5 starters from opening day miss more than 7 weeks on the injured list before September. When you're talking about baseball, starting pitching, we think is the end-all, be-all. When 3 of the last 4 world champions have had their starting pitching ravaged and have won the World Series based on their bats carrying them.
Sure.
The 2022 Astros are the only one that had a pitching staff in the top quarter of the league. The bats can carry the day. Now, here's better than that, is that in this century, so we're just going with this century, so 2001 on, if you're talking about starting pitching, how many times do you think the better starting pitching team won the World Series?
5 times.
No. That's ridiculous.
15 times.
That's ridiculous. Well, we've had right now, we've gone through 20, we've had 24 champions.
Yeah.
Okay, so there have been 24 champions. Of those 24 champions, 10 times the starting pitching's been better. 14 times it is not. The National League champion, 24 champions in the same period of time. 9 times the starting pitching has been better. 15 times it hasn't. I'm just trying to make you feel a little better. The team with the better starting pitching has actually been at a deficit as far as actually getting to the National League, winning the National League championship, or getting and winning a World Series.
Now, I appreciate what you're doing.
I'm trying to make you feel better.
I appreciate what you're doing.
Are you going to say that does nothing for you?
I will just respond with a couple of things on the other side about some of those teams that you pointed out specifically.
Good.
Which I don't know if that'll help or hurt me coming up next.
Okay, let's go for it.
But also, speaking of hurt, unfortunately.
Connor, we're going to get him over, buddy.
Sorry for that transition.
We're going to get him over.
A lot of unfortunate big news from Eagles practice yesterday that may have changed how the roster could look. It is Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils beat the Mariners again. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Mariners again last night, 6-4. The final from the bank. Christopher Sanchez went 6 1/3 with 2 earned and 12 strikeouts. He had a great performance, and one of those earned runs was surrendered by Ryan Kirkering, who imploded in the 7th inning to give up a 3-run lead. Lucky for the Phillies, JT Realmuto's 2-run homer in the 8th made the difference in the game. But Realmuto, after the game, he wanted to talk more about his starting pitcher and how Christopher Sanchez's new role in the rotation could suit him.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
So that's a great thing to hear, and it was a great thing to see. The Phils play the Mariners for Game 3 today at 1:05 p.m. and go for the sweep with Jesus Luzardo on the mound versus Luis Castillo. Injuries are piling up for the Birds at training camp, unfortunately. The injury report before practice yesterday had a laundry list of names, including A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Drew Makuba had a hamstring issue during practice, and Johnny Wilson carted off. So not good for the Birds with opening night just about 2 weeks away. We'll talk to Adam Schefter of ESPN coming up at 7:55. Nick Sirianni meets with media at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The voice of reason.
John Kincade.
The 60-year-old teenager.
Andrew Salciunas.
The 30-year-old senior citizen. Kincade Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 6:28 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On an Adam Schefter Wednesday, Shefty joins us coming up at 7:55. A lot to get into with Shefty about
Sup,
the
Shefty?
Eagles and beyond. Obviously, the Eagles dealing with some injuries at camp that we'll get into in a few minutes here. But the Micah Parsons situation in Dallas, Trey Hendrickson situation going on in Cincinnati, and other just quarterback issues around the NFL that we'll get into. Another day where we get to say, man, it feels good to have a quiet and stress-free camp with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Isn't it nice?
There are things that we will point to that we are concerned about, but I would rather be concerned about CB2 than concerned about the state of my franchise, which there are a lot of teams right now where you would be concerned about the state of the franchise. All right, we'll get into that coming up in a little bit, but in response to you trying to make me feel better, which I appreciate and love you for it, and you put a smile on my face that the
Okay, so it did move you a little bit.
Sure. But
there's a lot of data there.
But there is something that I will push back on, and it is a reason why I have been so injured by the Zach Wheeler news. So the reason why I've said that the Phillies needed to be buyers was because of the starting pitching, correct? Like I never
You have always said
never
that.
wavered from that.
Never.
Part of the reason why I was so beat up by the Zach Wheeler news is not only you lost your ace, and not only do I care about him as a human being, your bullpen still is relatively trash. Relatively. Johan Duran,
No, relatively.
obviously great, and there is no questions about it. So those teams that you gave me, other than the Rangers, because that World Series was weird, and that World Series should make me think that anything's possible, that the Rangers and D-backs squared off in a World Series.
That's one of the things I'm telling you is that those two teams played for a world championship 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
And
You're
the
right.
Phillies are decidedly better than both of those teams today.
I'll give you the other three teams, though, that you mentioned specifically.
Okay.
2024 Dodgers. I will give you the 5 arms out of the pen that they use the most and their ERAs. Alex Vesia, 67 outings last year, 1.76 ERA. Daniel Hudson, 65, he had a 3 flat. Evan Phillips, 61, 3.62. Blake Trinan was literally unhittable in the postseason last year. 50 appearances, 1.93 ERA. Anthony Banda, I know you're a big fan of his, 48 appearances, 3.08. All right?
Okay.
The 2022 Stros, we know all about how good they were. They beat the Phillies in the World Series. Rafael Montero, 71 appearances, 2.37 ERA. Neris Hector, 70 appearances.
Don't tell me on
3.72. Phil Maton, the brother of Nick Maton, 67 outings, 3.84. By the way, I will tell you right now, the 3.84 is one of the worst ERAs in this list that I'm giving you. Ryan Stanek, 59 appearances, 1.15. Brian Abreu, 55 appearances, 1.94. Ryan Presley, 50 flat with a 2.98. And then the same goes with the 2021 Braves, where all their bullpen arms, 3.44, 1.98, 2.57, 3.78, and then a 3.95. The Phillies this year, even though Duran's only pitched 6 games, we know that he's going to be the closer. So Duran, 0 ERA, I celebrate that. Tanner Banks, do you know that they have used him the most out of the pen this year? I give him credit. He's had a very good season. But Tanner Banks, 3 ERA, 53 appearances. Kirkering, 2.45. But then it's Strom, Romano, and Joe Ross. I know Joe Ross is not going to be used in a playoff series.
In a critical spot, Joe Ross is not being used.
Jordan Romano should not be used.
He's not.
Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about how many guys do you actually trust in a critical spot? These teams that I gave you, they had 5 guys that they said, all right, regardless of the inning, regardless of the...
There's no question.
We can use 5 guys. Our starter only goes 5. We have 5 guys that we can use for 4 innings. The Phillies don't have that.
You absolutely can make that case.
And that's why I valued this starting pitching so much.
What I'm going to tell you is that in retro, in comparison to that, the teams you saw in the 2023 World Series, the Phillies are so heads and above both of those teams.
Sure.
They were barely 5. They were like 83, 85, 87 win team. Rangers
won 90 that year.
Yeah, mediocre though. They were a relatively mediocre club. They were bad into September, and nobody was even on their radar. They got hot at the right time.
Yeah, their bullpen stunk that year too.
If they can't get right, if the Phillies can't get right, nobody can't get right. Come on, if the Phillies lineup, if you can't dream of the Phillies lineup getting right and carrying them for a few weeks,
dream of it.
Well, if you can't look at teams that have done it and gone, wait a minute here, the Braves won the World Series without Acuna and Albies.
Yeah.
They were missing two of the biggest straws that stirred the drink, and they won the World Series that year. I mean, it's that everybody thought their season was over at that point, and it wasn't.
Yeah, we have Phillies lineup fatigue because of the past years in the postseason, but
And the fact that it's the same team.
Well, let's not
Yes,
pretend
yes.
like one of these guys is not a true MVP candidate.
Yeah.
That guy is not Bryce Harper, and Bryce
No,
Harper
gosh,
can be a god at any given time in the postseason. And Trey Turner is one of the best hitters in baseball. I mean, you have some guys up there at the top that can really impact the series.
Trey Turner's the guy this year that they thought they were getting 3 years ago.
Right.
Exactly.
They just can't have these black holes in the lineup like they had yesterday, despite them winning, right? They won yesterday.
But it
So-
was, but still. No, look, yesterday, I just can't even bring it up as far as because Marsh has been so great at the plate for
Yeah. I'm
for
not,
8
I'm
weeks.
Not ripping him.
Marsh
No.
has been freaking
It was a
unbelievable.
rough
Now
day
he
yesterday.
loves going right up against the wall to try to catch it.
Yes, he does.
Him and Angles don't mix.
No, they don't.
He did not have geometry.
No.
Back in high school.
No, there's better outfielders.
I think that would be trigonometry.
All right, so
Is that trig?
Yeah, I think so.
yesterday, rough
That's
day.
why I didn't like it.
Rough day at camp for the Philadelphia Eagles, injury-wise. Drew Makuba had to leave again,
Oh boy.
which
What was it now? Did they actually say?
Hamstring, he was
Hamstring.
grabbing at.
Okay.
So Drew Makuba exits again. So again, Sidney Brown's going to win this job. Based off just of availability alone, and
By
he's having
not-
a good camp.
Yeah, by not being in the tub though.
Right,
too.
right. And Sidney Brown's having a good camp by all reports, but we saw Drew Makuba have a great game in preseason week number 2, but he's once again having to leave the field with an injury. So we got to keep an eye on that. And Johnny Wilson got carted off. Now we don't have any sort of
There's been an embargo on that.
right. Like we haven't found out exactly what it was. Remember, Landon Dickerson got carted off at the open practice, and he could be back week 1. Maybe they wait till week 2. So it may not be super serious, but we're not entirely sure. If Johnny Wilson is missing an extended period of time, that changes how the wide receiver depth chart looks because they love him. The blocking ability and all that kind of stuff. They love him. So that opens, obviously you make the trade for Mechie. So that's one of your guys. And now Anais Smith and Darius Cooper, if they only dress 5 wide receivers, we have an all-out battle between those two guys for the next week and a half.
I got you.
But it shifts the
Johnny
depth
Wilson
chart.
thing doesn't even make me blink. I mean, I hope the best for him.
They use him a lot
I hope
like
the
Zach,
best for him,
Zach
though.
Pascal, right? Like they use him a lot last year in the run game for the receivers.
And that's one of those things where when we have Pacheco for 2 hours tomorrow, that's one of those things where he can say, yeah, John, your eyes don't see it as well as I do.
Well, you
can
have
see
a
it.
football guy right here.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'll trust
So
his
what? When
football eyes.
Pacheco says it, you'll take Val. Okay, it's the Ricky
Yes.
Metallico thing all over again.
Yes.
I see how it is.
It's good, too. His eyes were good.
All right, coming
On
up
that one,
next,
really good.
we'll check our text line. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Johnny's trying to make me feel better about the Phillies. I would like it if you also try to make me feel better about the Phillies. Or if you're on my side, just commiserate with me. Because sometimes that's therapeutic as well. You can text it at 610-632-0975. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter joins us at 7:55 here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid.
You feel any even though you did go and research some other stuff, do you feel any better? Because I got one of our listeners here who says they did. Derek says that actually makes him feel a little better.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and he is he's more aligned with your being in the dumps this week. And he says, though, but that makes him feel a little better.
I appreciate that you are trying to uplift people.
Because I really do believe it. Like, I mean, seriously, that's what we.
Look, if you have the same feeling like you did for the Eagles last year, then that makes me happy. Because you were right. And I would like you to be right again. And I would like to be wrong about the Phillies. I would love to be wrong. By the way, Charles on our YouTube chat. Chunas is keeping it a bean. Another good.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, so if I got to go a Hunnit or a bean, which one are we going with?
You start ripping off keeping it a bean.
I need
Seriously,
you to
now
start,
we're going. Can we get?
I need you to start asking Liv if that's.
Is this Boy Meets? Are we going to? Is this like Boy Meets World? Are we going back to Because I watched the spinoff of that with Liv growing up. What was it? It wasn't Boy Meets World. It was Girl Meets World.
That would make sense that would be the spinoff.
Well, no, he was the father.
Oh, okay.
He was the father in it, and I had to watch. Topanga was the mother.
Topanga, yes.
She was the mother.
What up?
And he was he was the father. And I watched that. Mr. Mooney, what was his name?
Yeah, I think you're right.
He was still the teacher.
Yeah,
he was the teacher of it.
Pass away recently?
And he was the principal.
Yeah.
And the boy that was the you grew up with.
Yeah, I don't.
He was the teacher.
I never watched that show. I just know Topanga.
Connor, did you watch that one?
Not really, no.
Yeah, he was the teacher in it.
Okay.
He's not very talented. He's the less talented brother of the Wonder Years brother. He got the job because his brother got the Wonder Years.
All right, and then he got the next job because he was in the original show.
Exactly.
One note that I do want to bring up, because if we're trying to remain positive, I'm glad that they finally did it. It's a shame that it feels like this is what it has to be like forever, unless he figures out how to hit left-handed pitching. But in the month of August, since they've kind of gone basically full-time platoon for Bryson Stott, I know there have been some games where he's faced left-handed pitching. He's hitting .317 in the month of August. And 4 doubles, a triple. He hit the home run yesterday. So Bryson Stott, since they've gone like the full platoon, has very much benefited him. It's a good sign.
No, it has. And by the way,
that's how it'll continue in the playoffs.
By the way, how long have we been calling for that? I believe that was something that we were all sort of unified on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he went ice cold in June and then it carried into July.
I have no idea what took so damn long about this, and excuse my language. I have no idea.
I'm just going to guess because he started off so well. Remember, at one point he's batting leadoff and he was doing a good job. I don't know. June-July combo in the 45 games, he batted .199.
I mean, he's been bad for a long time here.
Yeah, and then they went platoon, and it's really benefited him.
Yeah, the Phils like to believe in stuff that they've seen, even for short sample sizes, and we might hear some of that in a little bit.
Yep,
and
will.
And the thing is, though, the one thing to be said with Stott, it's sort of like with Marsh, like last night. I still don't understand how Marsh doesn't, and I give John Kruk credit on the broadcast. He said, like, Marsh, he always marvels at the fact that Marsh still doesn't understand the walls. Mm-hmm. He doesn't flat out say it, but he just is like, he doesn't understand angles. And then he said, watching Bader play the walls in the outfield, it's not that hard. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's like, he goes, Bader plays the outfield walls, including Monty's angle last night.
Yeah.
Like he's been here forever.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it 100 times. Marsh is too careful of an outfielder.
But Marsh has been wild at the plate. So you give him credit for that.
Absolutely.
And Stott's glove is incredible. Like, he's been really, really good. He's
That's part of the reason why they kept him in the lineup for as long as they did.
Especially when you've got great starting pitching, maybe you value that over it. So I can understand what Topper is thinking there.
Right. All right, what do we got in the text line? I know people are chiming in. Are they... Before you start reading the text, is it more people like me or people like John?
It's a split right now.
Okay, good.
Which is good.
And hopefully more people go toward John's side, because I want people happy. That's what I care about.
You want happy or sad first?
Well, let's go with sad first, because that's where I'm at, and maybe John can help out this texter.
Joe from the Northeast, pretty simple text here. Phillies are trash and will not get past the first team they face. The lineup is way too inconsistent.
They're not trash.
That's bad.
Even as down as I am, they are not trash, and it's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. They're the second,
call a team that's 20 games over 500 trash.
They have the second best record in the National League. So that to me, I can't take it seriously, and honestly, I can't even respond.
Yeah,
to
look,
it.
you want to say their chances took a major hit with Zach Wheeler's injury and you don't think they can win because that's where I'm at? Fine. You want to call them trash? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
What we got?
All right, so we have another one. This is more rational negative.
Which, by the way, if they do lose in the first round, that guy's going to be like, I told you they were trash.
I told you they were trash.
It doesn't make them trash.
Doesn't
We
make them
will be
trash.
disappointed. This texter says, this Philly team keeps worrying me. Our bullpen still sucks. Orion comes in and ruins Sanchez's gem, even though they still won. This bullpen still sucks except for Duran. On another note, Marsh sucks at reading balls and fielding. Bader is
He
tremendous.
does.
Something we were just talking about.
I had a guy arguing with me last night about it, like with Marsh in the outfield.
He's not a great outfielder. Like,
But it's like I had a guy going, hey, Marsh played that ball perfectly. No, he didn't. He ends up being face up against the wall. He does not take angles well.
No.
But it's okay because he is learning by his bat is amazing. Has been amazing for this team.
It's been a very good bat. Kerkering's not bad. He's not.
No, just a bad outing.
Horrible.
I saw somewhere, was it Matt Gelb? I must have forgot to favorite it. That was like his first walk in like 45 batters.
Oh no, they said it last night. It was
Did they?
it was
All right.
it was
I
really
watched it this sound.
it was a long time since he's had one of those. And that's one of those things where you just got to go, that's done. Like you shrug that one off.
Forgive me.
To me.
I might be totally wrong on this. Maybe Locked
What?
On Phillies podcast or maybe listener of broadcast John Kincade would be able to know this. Isn't he like really bad with inherited runners?
Yeah, you don't put him in the he's much better with a clean inning.
Right? Like
Yeah.
I think
But you
I
wouldn't
don't
have
have
put
the
him
number in front of me.
But you wouldn't have put him in with a clean inning there. There was no reason to start that inning clean. There was no reason to have
Because you had Sanchez. Sanchez was dealing.
But also, in my mind, I absolutely let Sanchez have one more batter. I disagree with the decision, but I understand. I'm not ripping Rob Thompson for taking him out. I watched that decision. I disagreed with it, but I wasn't sitting there on my couch going, you idiot. Why are you taking him out?
Right.
I understood the logic because it would have been the fourth at bat of the same batter getting it. And by the way, that guy had gotten good swings on. So I understood.
Yeah.
Like that's one where I disagree with the manager, but don't.
Yeah, you're not killing him.
No.
That's good.
No, that's good. I mean,
Big of you, John.
No, it's just this. That's one where I don't consider it a dumb decision or anything. We'll see.
Well, around next segment, that might change completely.
Yeah, we'll
All right,
see.
Coming up next, we'll reset the show, and also Rob Thompson spoke about Jordan Romano yesterday during his pregame media availability. Teaser.
It's dumb.
No, I think you need to go into a padded room. It's Kincade and
geez.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
JT plays the hero. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Mariners again last night, 6-4 at the final from the bank. It got dicey at the end there, even though Christopher Sanchez went a strong 6 in the third innings. 12 strikeouts, only 2 earned, and one of those earned was surrendered by Ryan Kerkering, who gave up the lead in the 7th inning, and then JT Realmuto stepped to center stage with a big-time 2-run home run in the 8th inning. It made the difference in the ballgame. But Realmuto talked after the game not about that big swing, but about Christopher Sanchez's new role in the rotation.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
So the Phils have won the series against the Mariners. Sanchez looked great, and now they can go for the sweep today. 1:05 p.m. is the time for first pitch of Game 3. Jesus Luzardo faces Luis Castillo in the pitching matchup. Injuries are unfortunately piling up for the Birds at training camp. The injury report before practice yesterday added a bunch of names, including A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Drew Makuba had a hamstring issue during drills, and Johnny Wilson was carted off. No word on what that injury is yet. We'll talk to Adam Schefter of ESPN coming up at 7:55. We'll hear from head coach Nick Sirianni, meeting with media at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hi, my name
I'm the Fanatic. I don't have the numbers in comparison to other relievers in the league,
Okay.
but the inherited runners, I didn't think I was crazy.
No, Connor, I think he's crazy, right?
No.
Oh, I think he's crazy.
No, the inherited runners on Kirkering?
On that thing. Oh, I
Yeah.
just thought you were crazy.
No, you think
Oh,
I'm crazy.
yes,
period. Yeah,
sorry.
no, I know that I'm crazy. Orion Kirkering has had 25 inherited runners this season. He has allowed 11 of them to score.
That's not good.
The 44% of the time.
Yeah, it's not good.
Like that's not good. So he has not been bad.
But he has been a good
He's had a
reliever.
very good year.
He's been a good reliever.
And he's still only, 21, 20? How old is he?
He's like 23, I think.
23, 24.
Oh, he's
maybe.
24.
Boy,
Wow,
24,
okay.
yeah. He's Orion Kirk, you remember 22 is when he came up.
Right.
Orion Kirkering has been a really nice part of this club.
Absolutely. He's got a 2.45 ERA
and he
this year. He's
continues
really good.
to he continues to be a big part of it. Last night is one of those ones that when you go to bed, you say shrug it off.
Yeah.
You shrug that one off because Kirkering has been good enough to get the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, he absolutely has.
So that's a good one.
All right. Give us a couple more text messages before we get to this Jordan Romano sound from Topper, where I think John's going to need to go to a padded room soon.
Just the facts, buddy.
Here's
the facts.
Here's what we've been talking about so far today. I don't even know where you're going with just the facts.
Yeah, well, you'll hear it.
I think the facts are also that you need a padded room.
You'll hear it.
Phil's win yesterday, which is great. I'm obviously still in a bad place because of the Zach Wheeler news. So John is trying to help me out and sway my feelings about this ball club and how the bats could carry them to another World Series like we saw in 2022, even though we also saw a dominant bullpen in 2022 from the Phillies, and they were just
Down the whoa. We at the time. At the run, that bullpen turned it on to be a dominant bullpen.
I just don't know if this bullpen has the capabilities of turning it on.
Okay.
Considering Jose Alvarado will not be eligible for the playoffs.
I got you.
And then obviously reacting to some of the news from Eagles camp as Johnny Wilson and Drew McCool both got hurt yesterday. But what do we got on the text line at 610-632-0975 about the Phillies? Curious to see if there are more people with John or more people with me in terms of the mentality of the Phillies fan.
Yeah, this is going to be a bullpen-heavy segment because Kirk from Florida checks in and says, let's give Robertson some love today. Dude pitched a beautiful 1-2-3 top of the eighth last night.
He did.
Again, and give a tip of the cap to the youngster, Ray Dunn, who was just begging for this move forever.
Biggest Dave Robertson fan we've ever met.
And to me, again, I actually cannot wait to get out. Like, we'll do post-show headlines. I want to get down today so I can talk to Dave Robertson. I want to ask him. Because I want to ask him, did you literally not want to pitch a full season?
Right. To keep the arm fresh.
Did you set your price? Did you set your price so it was prohibitive? Because I've talked to him before, and he's a good dude. Nice dude to talk to. But I want to ask him, because last night people were like, he didn't want to pitch all year. And then I went to look for that, and I have not heard him say that. So I'm going to ask him today. I'm going to try to ask him and say,
by the way,
did you not want to pitch all year?
If that's the case, that's fine. Like,
by the way, no, that's his choice.
Ndamukong Suh.
Right, that's his choice.
2022 Eagles, Ndamukong Suh was just like, yeah, I'm going to see who I believe will be a contender at some point this season, and I will sign with that team.
Yeah,
and it ended up being the Eagles.
Could you imagine if he's, 42, and he signs with the Braves in spring training? Because he's like, this team's going to be really good.
You mean Jesse Chavez?
Well,
isn't that literally
he's
what
on
happened?
retainer with them. But
yeah, but then again, though, if you are 42 and you're doing that and you're putting up numbers, Connor, you know that like a guy like Anthopoulos or whatever would
you'll get
flip
traded
you to a contender.
But you don't control that as much.
Yeah, you don't get to pick your spot. And
yeah.
I'm going to ask him today, though, because I've talked to him before, and I'd like to ask him again and just go, did you not want to work?
Sure.
Because he looks great. He doesn't look good.
No, he
looks
really good.
great.
Yeah, curveball was dancing yesterday.
It looks really good.
All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, we'll get back to a couple more text messages. But first, yesterday before the game, Rob Thompson's pregame media availability. He was obviously asked about Jordan Romano because Romano, the previous night, had another implosion.
I think Tim Kelly asked him.
A couple of guys, Tim Kelly
asked
Gelb,
him.
a couple of guys
Matt
did.
Gelb.
That was the big talking point in the pregame availability was Jordan Romano and his future with the Philadelphia Phillies.
And I just want you to answer. I want every Phillies fan to listen to this answer, and I want you to be objective about it. Listen to the answer. You've watched Jordan Romano all year long. With your own eyes. We're not baseball managers. With your own eyes, you've watched him. And I want you to hear Rob Thompson explain to you about Jordan Romano. So
it's funny, I was looking at it today. He either shuts people down or he gives up 2 or 3 runs. Give a lot early in the season. And a lot of tough luck, too, really. You look at last night, he gives up a jam shot, base hit. And then the guy fights him and fights him and fights him, and he leaves a slider in his wheelhouse and hits it over the fence. And it just seems like it's been one of those years, but it's still good stuff. He gets swing and miss when he's on. And he's actually done a pretty good job at killing innings, coming in with traffic and getting out of it. So, I like it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you both the question because I have my thoughts, but I want to hear you. You've watched him all year long.
Here are my thoughts.
Do you think that is a fair assessment of what Jordan Romano has given this team?
Here are my thoughts. I disagree with quite literally everything Rob Thompson had to say. All right? Literally everything he had to say. Don't tell me that he's unlucky because of a jam shot, which extended an inning, and then giving up a home run. You just shouldn't give up the home run, which you have been doing a lot this season. So everything that you have said, or everything that he said, and everything that you are about to say, I agree with in terms of what Rob Thompson said was just wrong. But here's why I say you need to go into a padded room.
Okay.
Did you expect anything else?
No, but I've played it for you before. We'll especially ESPN overnights. We'll hear managers that will be honest. We'll hear Terry Francona talk about his team. We heard that just recently. I've heard David, the manager Dave Roberts of the Dodgers, talk about his team. There are managers who will talk about their team and be honest.
I'm not saying that you can or can't.
You can be honest. Don't pee on the fan's leg and tell them it's raining. You can be honest and say, here's how you should start that answer. Well, it's obvious. Jordan has not had the year that we would have wanted him to have, nor that he wanted to have. And he has struggled mightily. But there are glimpses. We see glimpses of the guy that we want him to be. And we're hoping that he could get on a roll at some point, and maybe that's the guy we can get. And I keep hoping that that's what's going to happen. You can say that and be supportive of the player and be honest with the fans. Even when he's been on a good streak, the lowest at one point he got his ERA down to was 3.99 at one point. He went on a streak where he was like, okay, I have like 5 appearances, where he got his ERA down to 3.99. And then it just implodes again, and it goes up through the roof. By the way, not 3.99. I'm even wrong on that one. He got it down to 6.
Yeah.
6.5. 6.51 or 6.28. 6.28. That's been the mark. He got it down to 6.28 before it exploded again. He's terrible.
Yeah.
He's one of the worst relievers in the game.
Yeah.
And Rob Thompson wants you to believe he's unlucky.
I don't think Rob Thompson wants you to believe anything. I think this is just who Rob Thompson is. And you're right that you can say something as a manager or a head coach where it's critical while
and you
also
don't have to and you don't have to trash the guy.
But this is 2.5-3 years of this. Like I don't know. When I say you need to go into a padded room, it's not that you're wrong. It's that you're expecting him to say something totally different than what he normally does.
You know what's funny though is that I think you can. I think you should be able to expect that your manager can be honest with the audience, can be honest with your fan base, and I don't think that that's too much to ask. I really don't. That is an insult to the fan base when you're telling them, yeah, he's been unlucky.
Well, I'll tell you, I think the only thing he said in there that I really disagree with is the lucky thing.
You mean the unlucky?
The unlucky, like the luck portion, because that is whatever. He said it's been one of those years. That's absolutely correct. It's been one of those damn years for Jordan Romano. And sometimes he shuts them down, sometimes he gives up 2 to 3 runs. I think that's an accurate description. But here's the thing. The whole sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bleep. Yeah. That's not good enough for what you're paying this guy.
That's why your ERA this year is a 7.56.
When the best you've done is get your ERA down into the high sixes? No, Rob. It's not like he hasn't gone on a run of being like where you're like, wow, okay, now I see it. I see what he sees.
I looked it up as we were talking. His longest scoreless streak was 9 appearances, so 9 full innings.
And did you see how still in that though? Hits, walks. I mean, it wasn't like he was just mowing. It's not like he mows people down.
Yeah, no,
he doesn't have a lot of clean.
Yeah, back end
He had-
relievers are
in
not
tho-
coin
in-
flips.
In those 9 innings, he had 6
6 spots.
6 spots.
He had a
where
nice
there
little thing. There was one part
nobody
where we
getting
were
on
like,
base.
he figured it out. Was that like May?
I
think it might have been June.
It was May.
It was
Oh,
May.
was it?
It was May. And it was like, okay, he's
That
figured something.
streak started April 27th, carried to May 27th.
And we thought, okay, he's figured this out. Something he's figured out.
And then it fell apart after that again.
And then that's what.
Here's all right. I get what you're saying, John.
Because it's not hard to.
Here's Rob
Yeah.
Thompson's real answer. It may not be with what he says during immediate availability. Are we going to see Jordan Romano in another tight spot ever again?
Yes. Yes.
If that's the case,
Because Rob
then he truly does believe what he's saying, and if that's the case, then I'm terrified.
Because
But
the manager showed you.
I can't imagine seeing him in another tight spot.
I'm telling you, I don't trust the man. I don't trust the man as a strategist. And there's no reason you should either.
There's no way he actually thinks that Romano's just been unlucky. This year.
Okay, if we see him in another tight spot.
We'll talk about it.
No, will you? Because you've seen it enough.
Sure.
We saw him we've seen it enough. I don't trust him as a strategist. There's his point of view, he does things that make you think he does believe this crap. I look, he wants to be everybody's friend.
Let's see if he makes the roster come postseason.
No, I
time.
don't think that's happening. But by the way, he doesn't make the roster. That's Dave Dombrowski's going to make the roster.
Dave Dombrowski's also the one that signed this guy to.
And that may be
contract.
part of it, too. As far as him being on the roster.
Yes. All right, coming up next, Romano, not the only reliever that was on our mind yesterday. Jose Alvarado made his return to the Phillies. Didn't pitch in the game yesterday, but he made his return. He was asked about what he thinks the reaction will be from the fans. You'll hear that, and we'll discuss it next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
I'm holding out.
Whether you want to believe it or not, some pushback on your Rob Thompson comments from YouTube.
From the Romano family, what are they saying?
No, from the Topper family.
Okay, what are they saying?
Basically, MBD first checks in and
What's
says,
up, MBD?
I think there are plenty of things to criticize Topper for, but this is not one of them.
Okay,
He said, so by the same logic, does John want Sirianni to trash like Ringo?
He doesn't have to be trashed. I gave the example. You don't have to trash the guy. Everybody takes it from 0 to 100.
100.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to do that.
Bean.
You don't take it. You don't have to trash the guy. You can say, without being a bunch of bullcrap excuses, you can say Jordan has obviously not had the season that we wished he would have. And I guarantee you he would tell you the same thing. You can just start with that and then say, and he hasn't been able to get on a roll. But I still believe in him. And I'm hoping that with opportunities that maybe we can get him on a roll so he could come through for us in the future. So you can still be positive for him, but you can still acknowledge the fact that he has been one of the worst relievers in the entire game. And by the way, he's had like 40, 45 appearances?
More, I think.
More?
Hold on.
I mean, seriously, he has had a ton of appearances.
48.
Okay, 48.
48.
So that is ridiculous. MBD, with all due respect, that is a ridiculous critique of my critique.
I think I have your next venture.
What's that?
You know how you're teaching college kids the way of sports talk radio and the medium and all that kind of stuff. I think you should have a new class, and it's how to talk in press conferences.
Well, you know, there's actually business with that.
That could be your next venture.
By the way, businesses do that. Sports teams do it.
I'm saying your next venture.
Because
I know I didn't make it up.
Rob could use it. Rob could absolutely use it.
All right. What about Jose Alvarado? Yesterday, he spoke to the media. It's a very quick clip, but I wonder if people were listening to the show because we were talking about what the reaction could be for Jose Alvarado. The poll, by the way, we still I think it's probably over by now. Oh, no, 10 minutes left.
Okay.
What will be your reaction to Jose Alvarado's return to the Phillies tonight? This was from yesterday. He obviously did not pitch in the game yesterday. It ended with 64% saying indifference, 24% saying applause/standing ovation, 12% say booing. Here was Jose Alvarado before the game yesterday when asked what he thinks the reaction would be if he came into the game.
What reaction do you expect to get from the fans when you come in?
Nothing. I'm ready for everything.
That was our man Tim Kelly, by the way, asking the question. So he said,
Good job.
Nothing, I'm ready for everything. I think Jose Alvarado, again, the person, we've talked about this numerous times. Like, let's get this right. Like, I love him as a person.
Except
for the cheating scandal.
Fantastic job. He does a fantastic job of
the way he interacts with fans.
Correct.
He's a beautiful soul. And remember he would make the chickens out of the towels.
Yeah, he used to make the necklaces.
The necklaces. Like I think Jose Alvarado is a beautiful person. Minus this cheating, and now he'll be unavailable for the playoffs, so I kind of hate him for it. I think Alvarado is the type of person that is okay with whatever the reaction is.
I think he would be, too.
He knows what he did. He opened up about that. He apologized. He accepted the punishment, and I imagine he will accept whatever the reaction will be. I'm just curious to see what it actually is.
I think he would be. I think he is a guy that is aware. So I do not believe for a second he would be a guy that would be like, I can't believe these fans would boo me.
Right.
Type of thing. He knows he deserves anything he gets. And I think he'd be fine with it. And by the way, I do think the fans would get over it fast. If you choose to boo, that's your choice. I would not boo him because, again, he's wearing our laundry. But I think he would get over that really fast. That he's not. He doesn't seem. He's a good man.
Yes,
he's a good man that really made a horrible choice of action that screwed over his teammates.
Yeah,
and screwed over his organization.
I'm sure he had to deal with that a couple of times.
Now, let me ask you guys this, because he has the club option for next year, and I know that Phillies fans have thought about what Alvarado and Duran could be like back to back in the back end of this bullpen. If the Phillies exercise that club option, Can he win this fan base back over?
Sure he can.
Yeah.
Well, no, that
absolutely.
means that he won back over his teammates.
Right. That's
Yeah.
And by the
first
way,
start, yeah.
I was, and I'll flat out tell you, I was told that was a 50-50 proposition. That I was told before he came back. So that is before he came back. I was told that would be a 50-50 proposition. That was because of the way what he did and the way he exited when he found out the news.
Right.
That he didn't face the music with people.
Yeah,
when
this
he left.
could be a situation that enough time has passed, and oh, by the way, you make the trade for Duran. So, like, that probably helps some of the players a little bit more at ease.
Right.
But one of the things I hate seeing, and I saw it again on our YouTube, not this current YouTube chat, shout out to YouTube.
Okay.
Post-show headlines.
All right. Well, what
I
was
saw
it?
one of the comments yesterday on post-show headlines.
Okay.
You know they don't get Duran without Alvarado being suspended.
Which is ridiculous.
And
We've
it's like-
gotten so many of those texts.
That's just dumb. That's not true.
I'm tired of that.
They wouldn't have. With Romano crapping out and the bullpen crapping out of all, they absolutely would have been showing it as a closer. And Rob Thompson has already shown you 3 previous years.
Right.
He does not trust Alvarado to be the ninth inning guy.
Yeah.
So absolutely, they would have still gone after Duran.
It's almost like it's a coping mechanism for people to
Exactly.
be like, let me still celebrate Jose Alvarado because he's the reason why we have Duran.
You're just wrong on it.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I hate that.
It's just not right.
I hate that. All right, coming up next, John Kincade continues to try to make me feel better about the Phillies' chances of being
Yes.
true World Series contenders. What about the post-trade deadline update from some of the aggressive teams? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils take the series from Seattle. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies beat the Mariners last night 6-4. That was the final from the bank. That means they took the first 2 games. They have won that series. It's 3 straight wins for the Phils, and Christopher Sanchez was a huge part of it last night. 6 1/3 innings, 2 earned, 12 strikeouts as he stepped into the ace role for Zach Wheeler. Now, one of those earned runs also was surrendered by Orion Kerkering, charged to Sanchez. Kerkering had a rough 7th inning, and then JT Romano stepped to the plate in the 8th, a big-time 2-run home run that made the difference in the game. Romano got a chance to talk after the game, but he focused a little bit on Sanchez's performance and how he could be the ace of this staff.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
Phils take on the Mariners again today, 1:05 p.m., a little afternoon baseball as they go for the sweep. Jesus Luzardo faces Luis Castillo. Injuries are piling up for the Birds at training camp, unfortunately. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both did not practice yesterday. Drew Makuba had a bit of an issue with his hamstring during practice, and Johnny Wilson was carted off. We'll keep you updated on everything there as the Birds draw closer to the season. We'll talk to Adam Schefter coming up at 7:55. Nick Sirianni meets with media at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
These coming up here in a second. We'll get to more of your text messages at 610-632-0975. But I have to ask a question. I know you're not a big shopper. Like you don't do the grocery runs and stuff like that.
I do not. Thank God that did not come back to haunt me.
I have 3 residences. I have my home. My wife and child also live.
Okay.
I have Suite 401 in One Bala Plaza. Because I'm here all the time. And Target. I'm at Target.
We just have a brand new one just opened up.
How about that? I'm at Target all the time because it's kid stuff. Go get the yogurts. Go get
love
this.
Target.
Connor, I know you have a Target near you, right?
Oh, I'm a big Target guy.
And you're there a lot, right?
I love Target.
Ray Dunn and I have gone on Target dates together.
Tell me, has there ever been a time where it's been quiet in there?
Yeah.
Well, like what time of the day?
Like 2 p.m. on a Tuesday or something?
Yeah, because people have normal lives and not like us.
Yeah, but if you go there any normal shopping time, busy.
Target is usually like one of those places you can go like almost like a Chick-fil-A.
Sure.
Where you go in or like a Wendy's or where you find your things that you like and you go in and there it is and you know you're going to like it.
Well, their CEO just stepped down.
What?
Because their sales continue to plunge. They just lost 8% again. I understand that there are political reasons for it. But my honest question is, how much business did they actually lose? Because every time I'm at a Target, like I'm like, get out of my way, please. Like every time I go, it's packed.
Okay, do you go to Walmart?
It's not close enough.
So you don't have a close enough Walmart.
Yeah.
We have a Walmart that is down in, there's a Walmart next in. And then there's a brand new Target. Literally, we just have a brand new Target just opened. I love both places. Shopping at the Walmart is not the same experience as far as the store is it's more like a warehouse feel to it.
Right, absolutely.
Going to a Walmart. But the Walmart is much more packed than the Target.
Interesting.
Much more packed. Like, the parking lot is treacherous.
Packed, yeah.
Oh, it's treacherous.
Yeah, like I could walk if I wanted to. I could walk to my Target.
Oh man.
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not like Walmart's not necessarily close to me. I don't know. I just like every time I go to Target, it's packed and they're losing sales.
They're losing a lot.
All right.
Sometimes you got to understand your customers and not offend customers too.
I got you.
That's what we try to do every day.
Damn right, man. Even though you offend people every single day.
Excuse me.
What is your next step toward trying to make me feel better?
To make you feel a little better. Connor, I even threw a fourth one in here, and I wanted you to do this because I think that we can make them feel a little better. I added a fourth team in for you just because you brought it up to me, Andrew.
Sure.
There were 4 teams that we can absolutely say were more active than the Phillies at the trade deadline that went out there and said sort of what your whole mantra was. Be all in. Go for it. Be aggressive. One of them you mentioned to me just at the last break, the LA Angels.
Yeah, it was weird. They didn't go like all in,
but they went.
Like, they should have been sellers. They were buyers.
They went out and were buyers.
Yeah, they're dumb.
They're one of the dumbest organizations I could ever remember.
There's another American League team that was very, very active at the trade deadline to potentially make the moves that were going to push them over the top. And they're in town right now. They may be listening right now, the Seattle Mariners. Then, in the National League, the 2 teams that were more active than the Phillies, who are also right now currently in playoff position, are the New York Mets and the San Diego Padres.
Fair.
More active.
I would say Mets equally as active because they didn't inquire anybody other than the 2 relievers, right?
But the Mets.
Not that I remember.
But the Mets were considered more winners at the trade deadline.
No. If we're talking winners, losers,
right,
yes.
Exactly.
I just, in terms of the amount of moves, I thought it was more equal.
Since the trades were made. Since those trades were completed.
Mets have just completely fallen apart.
The Mets are 5-11.
Yeah.
The LA Angels are 7-10.
Yeah, they just stink.
The Seattle Mariners are 10-7. And the San Diego Padres are 10-7. While the Philadelphia Phillies are 12-6. I'm just saying that the teams that went all in are all playing significantly not as well as the Phillies. And it is a short sample time.
Very
because
short.
It's 3 weeks of baseball.
Yeah.
It's 3 weeks of baseball today when we end today's game. 3 weeks is not a small sample size, but it is a It's still, I would like a longer sample size on it. But what it tells you is going all in, people say, I always hear this. It's the shot in the arm. It tells the clubhouse that we're all in, and now everybody's fired up, and they say, management's behind us, and we're going to make our run. Really? Because none of those teams have responded. Seattle is actually playing slightly worse than they were leading into the trade deadline.
Well, now, after losing, because before this series, they were 7-3 in their last 10 games.
And then the Mets took them out, and now the Phillies are taking them out again. Or they may have just had a good streak against bad teams that maybe they had a cosmetic good streak.
Maybe.
The Mets are who we thought they were, maybe. I thought the Mets were going to be good this year, but the Mets are nine,
what we said would
nine
plague,
games over
what
500.
we said would plague them was the starting rotation. Now, again,
no. I'm going to give you credit there. You said that.
Yeah.
I believed in their starting rotation. You and Connor both didn't buy into it as much. I bought into it more. So you guys have proven out on that.
The reason why I thought they hit a home run with their trade deadline was the two relievers that they acquired makes the starting pitching not have to go as deep in game.
And wow. It has not been the case.
Well, Helsley has been a mess for them so far.
He's been a mess.
Which has been big for the Phillies, which is like part of this losing since the what? You said 5-11 since the trade deadline?
They're 5-11.
I think Helsley's blown 2 or 3 games.
And Helsley is a guy that a lot of this fan base clamored for.
He's blown as many games as Duran has allowed base runners.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's a good stat, Connor.
It's been really bad. It's not paid off for him.
So all I'm saying to you is, and it's just another way to go to just say to you, okay, sometimes when we look back, and it's 2020 hindsight, which is always, by the way, going to look so much better.
Friend.
It's always going to be your friend. Is that sometimes when it's all in, I don't need to hear from people, and we got to remember this next trade deadline. Well, when you make a trade and you go all in and you do these things, it just gives the team a shot in the arm, and they not necessarily.
I still fear the Padres. Like, I'll tell you right now.
No, I do. I do.
Regardless of what their record is.
Well, how about this?
Yesterday, they had 3 shutout innings from their bullpen, and Mason Miller did not throw a single pitch.
Well, let's see what they do, the Padres, this weekend. Because the Padres they get 2 more with the Giants. Then they've got to face the Dodgers this weekend.
Series with the Dodgers.
And after you got swept by the Dodgers and you have them at home this weekend, if the Padres go and if the Dodgers go and win, if they win that series against the Padres may be the frauds that Connor thinks they are.
No,
I don't. They
because
may
of a second weekend series in
August? If they lose 5 out of 6 after making all those investments, they may, as I say, they may be the frauds that Connor thinks they are.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, here's the thing.
No, they may be.
My evaluation of the Padres is very loosely based on their baseball ability, and it's a big-time vibes evaluation. That locker room, that group of players
is a weird group.
They just don't feel like winners to me.
I don't blame you, Connor, because it's a locker room. It's a locker room where
the Phillies 3 years ago.
I know.
No, but it's a locker room quite a few players who are very into their own stats.
Yeah, like when I see Tatis play the game, I know he's a great baseball player. He just doesn't give off that winning feel.
Does Manny?
Machado doesn't give off that winning feel.
Playoffs the last couple of years.
Can I ask you, if Manny Machado to you gives off a winner's vibe? I don't believe he does. And it's one of the things, by the way. And I was one of those people who wanted Machado over Harper.
Yeah.
So I am not trying to do any revisionist history here. I own it. Because of the position is what I wanted him. And I still think he's a great baseball player. But he has that just nonchalant, like, I'm okay.
Oh, it's the San Diego cool.
I'm okay. Yeah, but he was in Baltimore and he had it.
Yeah, San Diego adds to
But
it.
remember when he was in Baltimore, people said, well, he's in Baltimore. It's hard to have that. He's not playing for a team where he's really playing for anything. If you get him to a winner, he'll change that attitude. You know what?
I mean, he's still a tremendous baseball
but his
player.
attitude, but the attitude's there. He doesn't. I don't believe Manny Machado goes to his car at night and goes, damn, we lost. Connor would be stomping around his apartment if he was a baseball player, if he had real ability. He would be stomping around. He'd be stomping around his apartment. After a loss, Connor would be wearing it. Yeah, and I think you'd wear it too.
Hell yeah, man.
But I don't believe Manny Machado does.
All right. I still fear that baseball team. All right, coming up next, Well, Johnny.
Well.
Is the national media starting to agree with us? Are one of the darling NFL teams starting to get a different opinion? Ooh, find out next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
They're trying to get a man in seal. He steps a breakaway. He has to step on top.
You Commanders people.
Commodes fans, listen up.
Or the people that are fearing the Commanders.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, we know who that is.
There's a lot of people.
We know who that is.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. Give us one text message, Connor, because I know we've been chit-chatting a lot because John's trying to make me feel better about the Phillies. What do we got on the text line?
Yeah, so Jeff from Broomall checks in with that Topper Jordan Romano cut that we played earlier. And he says, while I agree with you most of the time, John, you guys would blast Topper if you used the word hope like you did in your example in his dialogue about Jordan Romano, because hope is not a strategy.
He doesn't have to use hope. Then you can use another word. I'm trying to get him on the right track. I believe in the guy. You can still be positive about your player. I'm not. People always take it as, well, what do you want him to do? Is he go come out and trash him? And I hear managers all the time and coaches all the time be honest. When their players crap the bed, they come out and they tell you that they crap the bed. But then in the same sound bites, they can tell you, but I still believe in the guy. I still believe that this guy can get it turned around. The only thing is, I want him trying to get it turned around when it's 5-run games. Like, I don't want Topper going to him when games
in a save situation.
If Rob Thompson, if the Phillies are up 7-2 this weekend against the Nats, and he decides to give Romano a chance, or if the Phillies for some reason getting trashed in a game 7-1, and he brings Romano in and says, then I'm fine with it. It's the putting him in leverage situations, which for some reason Rob continues to do.
Now, are we back to Romano or is it Romano?
It's Romano.
All right, but you said Romano.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm just making sure because you're Mr. Pronounce the names correctly. I'm always nervous.
I heard at the start of the season it was either or.
Yeah, exactly.
No. He said it's either or. He said it's either or because he's heard it his whole life.
You know what? Let's call him.
But he prefers Romano.
Let's call him 7 for now.
He prefers Romano.
By
his ERA. Yeah.
Oh, that's mean.
All right. Bill Barnwell of ESPN. With all his analysis, all his statistics, DVOAs, all that kind of stuff, which is sometimes why I like Bill Barnwell, which is sometimes I don't like the work that he does, even though I respect his work. I just am not a big analytics guy, as you guys know. Predicting the NFL teams that will most likely decline in the 2025 NFL season.
Okay.
Now, we're still doing the Chiefs thing.
Okay.
I get you can predict as much as you want. Now, he does big write-ups for all of them. Again, I respect the work that he does. I just don't necessarily sometimes agree with it. The projected strength of schedule via the ESPN's FPI, the Football Power Index, they have the 6th toughest schedule in the NFL. And obviously one of the big things is at what point will they start to look older is one of the big questions. Right?
I'd say by Halloween. They're gonna the patch on their jerseys is going to be a place for mom because they're going to start to look old.
You think so? The Chiefs this year?
I think they're going to start to look older.
All right. Second team he mentions, Minnesota Vikings. Because, look, they won 14 games last year. If anybody expects them to win 14 games again this year.
They're the biggest one that's the easiest pick to go down.
They have the 4th toughest schedule, and they have a, quote-unquote rookie quarterback this year in J.J. McCarthy. So Minnesota Vikings are 2nd on this list. The third team they mention, the Washington Commanders.
Ding, 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 ding.
Obviously, the Commanders 12-5 last year. 2024 record in games decided by 7 or fewer points, something that you have mentioned a lot, Johnny. They were 8-2. Oh, by the way, they have the 7th toughest schedule according to ESPN's Football Power Index going into it. And a lot of the reasoning is the old roster and how they batted 1,000 last year, which is something that you and I have been talking about since season's end.
We were all over that.
That you can't just expect that to happen again. A second straight year where all those one-year deals work out for you. So he believes the Commanders take a step back this year. He believes the Colts take an even further step back
this year. The Colts take a further step back?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then lastly, the Detroit Lions.
They take... Okay, I want to hear this
again,
one.
15 wins.
Okay, but how big's the step back?
Second toughest schedule. I want to try to see what the reasonings are. They went 7-2 in one-score games last year. So the Commanders went 8-2. They went 7-2. Middle of the offensive line, because their center retired. So they're moving players around.
And they change coaches.
And Jared Goff, with not having Sean McVay or Ben Johnson, who does he look like with John Morton, who is the new offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions? So FPI is arguably more pessimistic about the Lions than he expects himself. It believes Detroit has a 35% chance of missing the playoffs completely because of the division that they're in.
Okay.
I don't think they miss the playoffs.
I don't either. And I think they could be one of those teams that's like really dangerous because maybe they start out poorly and then, like, I wish we got Detroit early this year, not late.
Right.
But I like that we get them at outside in November.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Maybe we'll get a nice, nasty Sunday night.
But really, the only team I'll give pushback on is maybe the Lions. But all those other teams, like the Chiefs, I'll believe it when I see it. But
yeah,
like,
they've still got the weird magic.
They got that where I go, hey, if it happens, then somebody was finally right because Brendan Gunn all last year thought it was done, right? And they got back to the Super Bowl. So at some point, somebody will be right in their prediction that the Chiefs will fall off. I'm just never going to predict it. I will believe it when I see it. But the Commanders, I'll try to read more because he does big deep dives in all of these. I'll try to read more for you guys during the upcoming commercial break. He just doesn't believe that it's going to be able to continue, much like you and I have been saying since the season came to an end, and we got a lot of pushback for it, Johnny.
Well, I mean, I remember a lot of people have been very scared and very chesty about the Commanders to me. I've been telling it all along, and I'm still waiting for the people to step up.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more worried about the Commanders than you guys are, but where that comes from, I do think they take a step back in record this year. I don't think they replicate that. But if you have a dangerous quarterback, you're always dangerous in the postseason, and that's where I look at them as like maybe they're a problem.
Okay.
Well, I would just tell you this.
If they have a healthy
another
lineup.
year. Yeah, exactly. Are they going to be healthy? They're an older team.
Yeah.
And remember, their punter, I'm worried about their punter being healthy. Because remember, he did have the longest completion in the NFC Championship game.
You're not wrong.
Not their quarterback.
I just have one question for our man JM on the YouTube chat. He says, I don't know what contrived index that they use to evaluate strength of schedule, but Washington has an easy schedule.
They do not. They have the Eagles schedule.
So I was going to ask, JM, I want you to answer this question. I know you're big fans of the show. Do you believe the Eagles have an easy schedule?
Because it's like the same schedule.
There's like 2 games that are different.
Exactly.
So if you believe the Commanders have an easy schedule, that means you have the Eagles have an easy schedule, and that's great. Then we're all happy. But if you say Commanders have an easy schedule, Eagles have a hard schedule, then that's where we'll disagree. All right, coming up next, our man Adam Schefter. So we go from Bill Barnwell of ESPN to Adam Schefter of ESPN, who joins us every single Wednesday at this time. That comes your way next here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Late heroics from the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Mariners last night 6-4 in Game 2 of their series. They won the series with that victory, and Christopher Sanchez looked like he was going to make it easy through 6 1/3 innings. He only allowed 2 earned. He struck out 12, and one of those earned runs was charged to him, but given up by Orion Kirkring, who had a rough 7th inning to make the game a lot more interesting. Phils gave up a 3-run lead, but luckily, JT Realmuto came through in the 8th inning with a 2-run homer that made the difference in the contest. Realmuto talked after the game, but not necessarily about his home run. He talked about Christopher Sanchez's new role in the absence of Zach Wheeler.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
Short and sweet, but Realmuto's not wrong, and that was great to see from Christopher Sanchez yesterday. The Phils take on the Mariners again today for Game 3 of that series, 1:05 p.m. first pitch. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound while the Phils go for the sweep. The injuries are piling up for the Birds at training camp. The injury report before practice yesterday had a bunch of names, including A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Drew Makuba had an issue with his hamstring during practice, and Johnny Wilson was carted off. A lot to keep an eye on. We'll talk to Adam Schefter coming up next. Nick Sirianni meets with media at 9:40. This update's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Looking for an exceptional driving experience? Experience the power, precision, and intelligence of an iconic Mercedes-Benz SUV at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer today. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic.
momentarily by our man Adam Schefter of ESPN. He's brought to us by Landis Block, obviously, and you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So when we have Schefty on, we get to talk about the John Mechie trade, if there's any reason why. All our local reporters that we've had on, like, obviously Andrew DeCecco, Jeff McClain, they all just kind of looked at the upside trade. You trade away a guy that wasn't going to make the roster in Harrison Bryant. You swap, third-day picks, and you bring in a guy who maybe has high upside, and we'll see what he has. But now with the injury to Johnny Wilson, and, with A.J. Brown still dealing with the hamstring injury, even though it seems like nobody's concerned about it, maybe Mechie does need to play a role early on in the season, even though he just got here in camp. So we have to kind of give him the growing pains a little bit.
I was a little disappointed. And by the way, the Eagles have had one of the best beats in the whole country.
Yes.
So they're exceptional. But I was a little disappointed that nobody really took to the line of questioning to go, what was there's something more to the trade. There's something still more to it.
Maybe Adam Schefter has more to it. He's brought to us by our friends at Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. And he's joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. From ESPN, you know him, you love him, Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's going on?
Hello there, Adam.
We're doing well. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff, which we're excited for. But we got the confusing out-of-nowhere trade over the weekend that you reported when the Eagles acquired John Mechie from the Houston Texans. Is there any more to the trade, or was this just hey, let's bring a guy in and see if the upside's still there?
I think that's exactly what it was. You got a team in the Eagles that has 13 draft picks. I think it's 13 in 2026. So they've got more picks than they actually need. They're loaded up to bear. And we know that they're always looking. And here's a player that I think had some value to some teams around the league that they felt could help improve their roster. And they decided, you know what, let's roll the dice. We're not even going to wind up giving a pick. And that, they made that trade. I think they'll look to make more trades this weekend. I'm not saying they will, but they're definitely going to be looking to make more trades this weekend.
Ooh, I like that.
They have all these picks. And again, now I don't want you to get your hopes up. It's not like they're trading for Micah Parsons or Trey Hendrickson.
Right.
I don't expect that to happen. But they're going to be looking. I mean, but by the way, every team's looking. It's not unique to them, but they just have a way of getting these things done and finding a way to make it happen. So we'll see if they can make another trade or two this week, and it wouldn't surprise me. Just because that's their history. They have the picks. They're always looking. And basically that's the situation.
Do you believe this has been, or am I just a sort of being captured, prisoner of the moment? Mm-hmm. It seems like there's a lot of turmoil right now around teams in the NFL. Around players, around stuff, and we're getting to 2 weeks to the kickoff of the season tomorrow. It just seems like there's a lot of storylines, and I don't know, maybe it's the flexibility of the cap now, things like that, or am I maybe just overreacting and forgetting how things used to be?
I think, first of all, it's a great question. And if you're asking me, and basically I live my life around this stuff, I would say, number one, it goes on every year. It might be more so this year, but I also would say there's more attention paid to these things than ever before. So it goes on every year. There's more attention to these things. The issues with teams get more attention and more coverage because we live in an NFL-dominated society. So you're going to hear more about Micah Parsons and Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin. I mean, if we go back to last year, there was CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and Jamar Chase. Is that any different? If we go back the year before, it was Nick Bosa, and it was, I believe it was Joe Burrow, and there were others. So every year, there are those types of situations. You're saying it feels like more now. I don't know that that's true, John. I just think that you're being a prisoner of the moment, which I understand why. It's every year It's the league that we pay attention to. It's the issues that people care about. It's the way that I say it is, and people talk to me about my job, and it really just turns into a whole philosophical discussion. I'm just telling you, it's always been busy. I feel like with this league, there's something every single day. And I could go through and just, go through my Instagram feed or my Twitter timeline and just look at every day the things that happen. It's unbelievable. And I don't know, was it always like that? Every year I go through the summer, I feel like I'm able to catch my breath. I just feel like every day is like this now. I don't know why.
It's the league that never sleeps, Schefty. It's the league that never sleeps. If you don't have any information on this right now and we have to wait till next week, that's fine. But I'm curious, have you heard anything on the hamstring with A.J. Brown, who's barely practiced this training camp?
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. In fact, I saw John's comment on Sunday after the trade, and I asked around to a few different people, like, oh, could this trade be related to A.J. Brown's hamstring? And I was assured it had nothing to do with that. So, but good theory, John.
I'm glad to see breaking news that the big NFL insiders are checking out my work, which is good because I like it verified. Because it just is. It seemed strange because he seems like the player that Jahan Dotson already is on the roster, and there doesn't seem to be enough balls to be able to get Jahan Dotson any looks. So it just seemed a little strange to me.
Well, yeah, but again, you got a receiver that at one point when he was coming out was a second-round draft pick in an Alabama offense that knows Devonta Freeman and Jalen Hurts. It just makes sense. Like, okay. By the way, you're trading a tight end that might not have made the roster. You're flopping picks, like whatever.
Right.
Like it's a free square.
A free square. I like that.
Hey, Schefty, how much longer do we have to see Micah Parsons in the NFC East?
Well,
are we going to see him in 2 weeks too?
That's another good question.
Are we going to see him in 2 weeks?
I'm just telling you. I think that one's just way up in the air. Like, I don't know how that's going to go. I know this, and this is what I said yesterday, and it seemed to have gotten a little bit of traction and people debating. Like, I'm just telling you, I don't know whether it's after this season, whether the Cowboys would do something this season. I don't think so, but you never know. But it certainly doesn't feel like those two sides are interested in getting a long-term deal done. And it seems like they're, at some point in time, I don't know when, but it seems like at some point in time, they're headed for a divorce. It's what it feels like to me.
Would there be a drop-dead date, you believe, of Parsons where they have to get something done for him to be ready for opening night, since we are 15 days away?
Well, again, they haven't talked about contract in 3-4 months.
That's incredible.
So I know people say, okay, that's what I'm saying. It feels different than Dak and CD last year. It just does. Okay? Now, again, I understand I could be surprised this weekend, and all of a sudden Jerry Jones could call the agent for Micah Parsons, and they could sit down and they could hammer out a deal that makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Could that happen? Absolutely. I'm just telling you there's no evidence that will happen. Okay? None right now. Could it happen? Yeah. We're headed into that time of the year where things do happen, where we really are on the clock. And so assuming that they don't get a deal, well, I can tell you what we're going to be talking about on this show next week and the week after. Your season opens 2 weeks from tomorrow night. The Dallas Cowboys are coming to Philadelphia. Jerry Jones himself, when he last talked about it, said he didn't know if Micah Parsons would be traded, would be playing in that game. He hasn't practiced at all. Where's it going? It's going to be one of the stories of the season. Another one of those stories.
So, Schefty, we know that players talk, right? Is this a situation where Dallas is becoming a destination where players may not want to go? I know that money talks, and if you get offered a big contract, you're going to go. But if you're trying to, take a serious approach to trying to win, is Dallas one of those teams where people will kind of steer away from now, free agents?
I don't believe that. I mean, it's still the Dallas Cowboys. It's still a no-tax state, Texas.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's no, I don't think that. But there are certain people, that aren't happy there right now, like Micah.
I love hearing this. I love hearing the turmoil. By the way, I remember I warned you about the Commanders. I'm telling you, the end of the season games with the Commanders are going to be good for the Birds. That the Commanders games aren't going to mean as much. I'm not buying into them. We're seeing people talk about the Commanders and their age and things like that. Are there any other teams that maybe you have in the back of your mind that you're thinking, I'm hearing good things about them all summer long, but I got a nagging thought they may not be as good as we think?
I think, look, last year you couldn't have been any more bullish on Washington than I was, correct?
Yes,
going into the year.
absolutely.
Going into the year.
Sure.
I think I was one of the rare people who said that they're going to.
You were all over it. You were all over it. And I was so worried about Jaden Daniels being a Commander. I didn't like it at all because I think he's great.
I don't feel the same way about them this year. Like, I'm not telling you they're, how do I say this the right way so it doesn't get taken out of context? I don't have the same great vibes about them that I did last year. I still think they'll be a good team. I still think they'll be a tough team. But last year, I think they had so many elements going in their direction. This year, just that Terry thing, I think that hangs over them. They're not going to surprise anybody. The schedule's tougher. I just think it's a bigger challenge for them. And
they're not going to have as many scratch-off lottery ticket wins that they had last year, too.
Yeah.
Like against the Bears, like against the Cowboys, where they had those amazing last-second wins either. Those things don't happen.
Last year, they exceeded expectations, and I'm not telling you they can't do that again this year. They certainly could because Jaden Daniels is that good. But I just don't feel that way going into this year about them.
All right. Last thing for you, Schefty. I want you to give your opinion on it, but I also want you to tell me what teams in the league think about it. Joe Flacco named the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. My question for you, and eventually Russell Wilson for the New York Giants, your opinion on playing a veteran over a young quarterback when you know that veteran's not going to win you anything and has nothing to do with your future, versus what you think teams believe is the right answer, because clearly they seem to always go with the vet before the young guy. Why is that?
That's how you're viewing it here, Anthony. And I would say that I don't think that's how the Browns are viewing it. The Browns are viewing it that 2 years ago, Joe Flacco got them to the playoffs, and Joe Flacco could get them to the playoffs again. Joe Flacco's won a Super Bowl. I think he was a Super Bowl MVP. The Browns are viewing it as he's a quarterback who can help them have their best season while they see what they have in these two young quarterbacks and get ready for a draft in 26 in which they have 2 first-round draft picks. So fans and radio hosts think differently than the people in the organizations themselves. And by the way, that's not always a great thing in either case, vice versa.
Sure.
Sometimes the teams are blinded and they don't say it. I'm just telling you, like, the people in New Orleans are convinced they're going to have a great season. I don't see it. No. You don't see it, right?
Right.
They think they all think they're going to be better than expected. And you know what? Maybe they're right and we're wrong. But the Browns don't think like you think here. Okay? And I tend to agree with them that Joe Flacco is a competent, solid NFL quarterback and has been for a while. And he might be able to help them win some games. That's how they're thinking.
The over-under on ESPN bet 3.5. So maybe they'll hit their over with like 4 or 5 this year, Shefty.
Wait, the Browns over-under?
3.5.
Yes.
Wins?
Yeah, 3.5. Yeah. I'd bet that in a second.
For the season?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I saw last week.
I'd bet it in a second.
Are you...
That's what I saw last week.
Well, what is it now?
Oh, hold on. Let me
see. I don't even look at that. I can't even believe you're telling me that.
Yeah, I don't want you on any betting apps.
Let's see.
Let's not have that.
Let me go to the latest number.
What is it now?
4.5 now.
4.5.
It's climbed up to 4.5, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I'm betting the over. I'm betting the over on that one too.
Oh my God, yeah. Like if you had asked me before I even heard any of those numbers, I would say the Cleveland Browns this year, to me, they're a 7-8 win team. That's what I would have thought, honestly.
Wow.
All right.
There you go.
Shefty, we
Thanks,
appreciate
Adam.
the time as always, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Have a great day, guys.
See you, buddy.
There's Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us
Juicy.
by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. God,
Some juicy.
Apologize. Pulled the wrong
God, the
fader
band
down.
got excited. Hey, juicy stuff.
Yeah.
We got some juicy stuff there.
Hell yeah, we did. There's a lot to react to. We'll play our best 5 minutes of it coming
had a
up
lot
in
to say.
9:15. And, of course, today's headlines with Connor Thomas comes your way next year on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The summer's here, and you know what that means. Engagement season. But
At 97.5 thefanatic.com.
All right, 8:15 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot to react to from Adam Schefter. We'll do that at the bottom of the hour, but it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
What do we got?
It's brought to us first and foremost by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. We're going college football heavy today, boys, because we've got
That's fine with me.
college season right around the corner.
Week 0 this Saturday.
And this also has some NFL repercussions with what we've heard, because there was this interesting comment from Archie Manning, the grandfather of Arch Manning, saying he's going back to Texas. Well, that kind of sounded weird, all things considered, and Arch Manning got a chance to answer some questions about it. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
So Pop might have had the wrong intel there as far as it's concerned.
Or maybe Pop does know, and Arch does not want that to be public. I mean, that could
also
be
fair.
That could be it too. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars at stake with the NIL money and all that kind of stuff. And you don't want to be the guy that says, I'm not declaring for the draft because the team that has the number 1 overall pick. Right? Remember Caleb Williams, that almost it was not that he wasn't going to declare for the draft. It was just the fact that he didn't want to get drafted by the Bears. You don't want to be that guy. So that could be a part of it too. Or Arch Manning wants to go to the NFL. And he says, sorry, Pop, you missed on this one.
Yeah, the Mannings need to get their business in order.
And by the way, he should never be. It's one of the things, and I say it all the time. Stop talking for young adults.
Yeah, let him handle it.
Let your kid. Let them. It's their moment in the sun.
Yeah.
Let them do their own thing. Don't talk for them.
So we also need to talk about commitment issues in today's headlines.
Well, you are somebody to talk about this.
It's not about me here. It's about
let's be honest.
Well, listen to this, because I pale in comparison to young Isaiah Williams, who's one of the top linebacker recruits coming out of high school, and he certainly has commitment issues. So he committed to Florida State recently to play football there with the Seminoles. But nobody's getting too excited, because he has committed and flipped so many times people's heads are spinning. Louisville in November of 2023, decommitted in January 24. Then Syracuse in April 2024, decommitted in August 2024. Florida State, September 2024, decommit November 2024. Florida in March of 2025. Ole Miss in May of 2025, and now back to Florida State.
Oh, my God.
That's a really poor job of a young man.
First off, how old is he that he is
17, 18?
Yeah, he's done all this in the past 2 years.
That's terrible. That's a terrible job of the young man not getting good advice, not getting good leadership.
My guess is NIL money keeps going up. There's more and more offers coming from these other teams.
Stop committing.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You just say I'm going to play out my senior year, my junior year, and then I'll make my decision.
I mean, that's
it doesn't. It's not that.
That's
hard.
Somebody who wants the attention, who's trying to get clicks, who's trying to get followers.
Clearly, he's coveted.
Yeah,
clearly,
he's a great player.
Having to follow this for 2 decades of my life.
Yeah,
it was so damn annoying because it was annoying.
They're 16, 17-year-olds. They're making dumb decisions.
But the thing is, though, a lot of them are the parents are even more. The parents are even more insufferable than the kids sometimes.
Yeah. So if you think the man in your life has commitment issues, just talk about Isaiah Williams.
By the way, I'm going to add one more story for you real quick.
Okay.
107 of our fellow Philadelphians.
Okay.
Voted for a member of the Eagles in the 2024 presidential election. Shout out to Eagles Nation for tweeting this out. They found the Phila.gov resources page.
Okay.
Jason Kelce received 50 write-in votes for President of the United States.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts, 32. Saquon Barkley, 14. Nick Foles, 5. Nick Sirianni, 2. A.J. Brown, 2. Devontae Smith, 2. What would a Nick Sirianni presidential State of the Union address be like?
Oh, my gosh.
Core values.
The core values would be up in the Oval Office. They'd be up there. Now, the weird thing is, did Rob Thompson get any votes?
I don't. I have only Eagles, so I'm not entirely sure.
I could only imagine Rob Thompson in a meeting with, like, the other day where all the European world leaders came to visit with President Trump in one room.
Sure.
Can you imagine Rob Thompson being there?
He could not be voted. He is Canadian.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
That's exactly. That is the truth. That is very good, Connor.
Prime Minister?
Well, believe me.
Dude,
he couldn't do worse.
Nick Sirianni.
He couldn't do worse.
Nick Sirianni's presidential, like if they win a war, my God, Nick Sirianni would be fired up, man.
Can you do that?
Coming up next.
It's just
All right,
unbelievable.
we'll react to some
That's
more.
awesome.
We'll have some more reaction to what Schefter had to say.
There's more to that. There's more to. We got to get to more of that.
Also, we have flirted with the idea that the Eagles could become a dynasty. Not they are, but they could. I read an interesting article this morning about how they're set up to be one. We'll go through that next as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Well, the Phillies had a big swing by JT Realmuto last night. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Mariners again, 6-4 last night, the final. They have won the series against Seattle, and Christopher Sanchez was a big part of the game. 6 1/3 on the mound, 2 earned, 12 strikeouts, a great performance by him. And even one of those earned runs was surrendered by Ryan Kirkring, charged to Sanchez. Kirkring had a rough outing in the 7th inning. He gave up the 3-run lead the Phillies held. And then JT Realmuto had a big-time swing, a 2-run homer in the 8th that made the difference in the game. But after the game, Realmuto didn't want to talk about himself. No, he talked about Christopher Sanchez and his ability to take over for Zach Wheeler.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
Game 3 is today at 1:05 between the Phils and the Mariners. Jesus Luzardo versus Luis Castillo. Phils go for the sweep. Injuries are piling up for the Birds at training camp. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith did not practice yesterday. Drew McCuba had a hamstring issue. Johnny Wilson was carted off. So we'll keep an eye on what news comes out from those injuries. Nick Sirianni will meet with media at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio.
Well, each and every play is its own entity. The interception was obviously a good play, wasn't a great play on their part, but that's not our problem. When you have an opportunity to make a play, you got to catch it, and you got to run with it. So that was a good play. You know, the fumble recovery obviously was, again, a botch on their part, but some guys have a knack to make you pay for those botches.
Philadelphia's best source for Birds coverage. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get mobile on us and get 1 year on us. Comcast.
975thefanatic.com.
All right, it's 8:26 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. My man Will is here today, hanging out with us in studio. He's with Johnny and I until 9 o'clock. Then he's going to see how it's like in the producer studio with Connor. That's where you could get in a lot of trouble.
That's where he's really going to learn.
Yeah.
Trouble?
No, that's where you're going to get in a lot of trouble.
We're chill back here, man.
Yeah, damn right you
Voice
are.
of reason.
Yeah, damn yeah,
The
yeah,
voice of reason. You can tell who wrote it.
All right.
I didn't write it.
A couple. Let's get a couple of our takeaways from Schefter. So around 9:10 is when we'll play our 5 best minutes, and the segment after that we'll talk more about quarterback decisions because I completely disagree with Schefter agreeing with the Cleveland Browns starting Joe Flacco. I think it's a waste of time, but we'll do that later. We'll do that an hour from now. What's the first thing that stood out to you? Because there was a lot with Schefter today.
Well, I loved the brilliant line of questioning of trying to get him to talk about Micah Parsons as far as whether he's playing. I think remember, last week, he was of the belief that Micah Parsons would play. This week, he's of the belief that there's a chance Micah Parsons isn't going to play.
Yeah, more and more information.
That, to me, is wild. Wild.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me.
And we told you guys yesterday when...
Because I didn't believe that. By the way, I did not believe in any way that is a possibility.
Right.
I did not see that as a possibility. I did not see that as a potential.
Yesterday on the ESPN network, I think he was on Sportsman, he was talking about the leading of the divorce with Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys.
The leading to
the divorce. It's interesting to see, could he potentially be off the field week 1, which is obviously a big win for the Eagles if you get that incredibly talented player off the field. It's just amazing that this situation is still going on with one of the better players, not just on the Cowboys, one of the better players in the NFL.
What do you make of it?
Jerry Jones loves the spotlight.
You really do think he's willing to because he's messing up this season.
Yes.
He is messing up. He's messing up the relationship because I think that was also one of my takeaways.
You just wait till the next segment because the Cowboys docuseries has come out.
Yes, the first one ever, by the way, that Netflix is going to list under horror and true crime.
Okay. There were some quotes from Jerry Jones in it that I will read to you on the other next segment, and it goes exactly to that point that, yes, he cares so much about the spotlight that sometimes it makes him make a lot of dumb decisions to the point why they've been irrelevant for 30 years from a true football standpoint.
Yeah, when has he ever put winning over entertainment?
30 years ago.
The thing is, though, is that I can't even, as much as I want to believe that he's a dope and he's I don't understand.
I mean, he's killing his cap, right? The Dak Prescott thing killed the cap. CeeDee Lamb thing killed the cap. Micah Parsons will eventually kill the cap. Because I do believe, I still believe he's going to eventually be a Cowboy.
So I do, too.
I don't think it's going to lead to a divorce. But look, Adam Schefter knows a hell of a lot more than I do.
He's hearing things, and Adam knows every agent.
Right. Absolutely.
Like every agent. If there's one guy that every agent wants to talk to, it's Adam Schefter.
By the way, how about back-to-back segments? National media members starting to get on Team Kincade and Salciunas that the Commanders aren't going to be as good this year.
Yeah,
make the switch.
I would. You're not stupid.
You're not stupid.
There you go. You're not stupid. Come on. Make the switch.
Hi, I'm Philly.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, there's more. Bill Barnwell believes that the Commanders could be one of the teams that take the step back this year. And now Adam Schefter, who was on top of the Commanders last year. Give him all the credit in the world. He predicted the Commanders to be a threat in the NFC last year. He's now thinking that they take a step back this year. I don't think you can recreate magic back-to-back years like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can either. Not sure you can either.
Yeah, it'll be tough. The other big thing out of that, too, I am sleeping so easy at night when it comes to this A.J. Brown situation.
Yeah, he made it very clear. Don't worry about it.
The way that he answered that question.
He was like, shut up, Andrew.
No, it almost, he did. I think he almost said, shut up.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so,
which
that
I
was so
fine
easy.
With. I'm
which I
glad
think is
that he
great.
told me to shut up.
And I also like the fact that he then researches the strong opinions because he goes and then says, okay, I have to see if John says.
Yeah.
I'm going to research that. And he finds that and he verifies it and he goes, well, John, you're a dope. That's not true.
I'm just glad we don't have to do shows of, are you worried about the Eagles offense?
No, and that's why we didn't do them. That's one of the reasons we don't. So I like it. It's a
good Schefter day.
I feel really good after that Schefter call. Really good. He didn't and he was he knew that DC And he knew my boys, the Junks, down in D.C., are going to get that clip.
Yeah.
He knew. They monitor our show
absolutely.
for this Schefter appearance. He knew they're going to get that clip, and he was very careful. Because he didn't just want to come out and say that they're garbage bag juice, as our man Jamie used to say.
Right.
He didn't want to go that far, but he danced the line of saying, I think he said 10 wins without saying 10 wins.
All right, a couple of things on our YouTube chat. First off, Colin Berger, excited for Will, who's here sitting in today.
What's up, Colin?
He said, I once toured the studio, and last time he was here, T.J. McConnell posters were on the wall. Because that's
How about
when
that?
T.J. was still with the Sixers. Second, I just want to stand by your side here, John. If you're a coward, I am too.
What's that?
Mark Angelone checks in. Good
What's
old
up?
John, rooting for other teams' best players to not be available against the Eagles. What a coward.
Why is that a coward?
And Sean Comp responds and says, Mark Angelone, exactly. It's weird.
What? Make it
What?
3 cowards.
Make me, if Micah Parsons isn't on the field and I'm happy about it, then I am a coward. I am proud to be a coward.
Hey, Marcus, let me give you an answer here. If the best player on another organization I'll never root for them to be injured.
Yes.
Ever. I am a Mr. Anti that. But if one of my number one rivals is such a stupid organization that they can't take care of their players and they don't understand how to make sure that their players are there to practice and that they can pay their players and they can manage their cap, I love it. And I'll celebrate it every damn day.
I'll be a coward with you.
And guess what? By the way, Mark, if you're a Cowboy fan, I can't help it if it's bad parenting. And don't tell me that, I'm a big Eagles fan. I just want to see them beat the best teams available. Bull crap. That's not what you want.
Around the room, raise your hand if you wanted the Jaguars and Blake Bortles to beat Tom Brady and the Patriots in 2017-18.
You're not a coward.
Yeah.
Half-phrase.
No,
Not
get
a
the hell
coward.
out of here. Oh, it makes for a better story. Yeah, if they
Get outta
lost,
here.
there would be no story.
You're not a
need our
better
I
coward.
rooted for Blake
By the
Bortles
way-
and the Jags so
by the
that
way-
they had the easier game in the Super Bowl.
2008, Game 7. Did you want the Red Sox or did you want the Rays?
I wanted the Rays to win.
So did I.
Exactly.
Guess what? Cluck, cluck. Coward.
Yeah, I'll be a coward all I want.
What a load of crap. By the way, go into any. Now, I'm not sure if Mark's gone into a professional locker room or talked to a coach or talked to a general manager. If you tell them, you can walk through this door and you're going to face the harder path, the more difficult team, the more rugged terrain, or you can walk through this door to go get your championship and you're going to have an easier path and less rugged terrain. Every single one of them. They may lie to you and say, we like to be tested.
To you.
Guess what? They all want the easiest path possible.
Dan Campbell might mean it, but he might be the only one.
Yes.
Yeah, so if that's being cowardice, then
I want to see
sign
Dan,
me up. I would love to be a
Dan
coward.
Campbell snap into a Slim Jim. Like everybody else is normal.
Like, we don't have to lie to ourselves and say
Stop.
we want challenges. Like,
Come on.
man, life is challenging within itself.
By the way,
let me have some easiness every once in a while.
And by the way, the last time Micah Parsons owned the Eagles was I can't remember. But you know what? I guarantee it'll be easier not having to face him.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier. No, I want the harder battles.
You know what I want to do today?
Because I'm a man.
Wait a minute. Going down to the Phillies today. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit in as much traffic as possible.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look at my GPS.
Screw the GPS.
I'm going to sit in as much traffic as possible because I want the biggest challenge.
I just come on, we don't have to be fake tough guys here. That's stupid.
Yeah.
Give me the toughest battle. I like that the Eagles have a tough schedule.
Yeah, we want all the best players. Yeah.
All right, coming up next.
We're tough, man.
Speaking of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys will not be a dynasty anytime soon. I'll tell you about
haven't been in years.
I'll tell you about the Eagles and why they could be a dynasty. But quotes from Jerry Jones, and it will make you cherish Jeffrey Lurie and the Eagles even more. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm Connor Thomas, and injuries have become more of a part of the story for the Philadelphia Eagles as training camp continues. Yesterday was a bit of a rough day at the NovaCare Complex as the Birds prepare for their final preseason game. You saw Andrew Makuba grabbing at his hamstring a little bit during drills. Johnny Wilson was carted off, and that wide receiver room is interesting because A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both did not practice yesterday yesterday. We did get to hear from offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, though, and he talked about A.J. Brown's availability and when he will be back.
He's doing a lot of stuff mentally to kind of, stay obviously sharp and make sure he's good with his game and things like that. And really, that's up to him and the trainers. Whenever they're ready to cut him loose, I think they'll cut him loose.
But as we just heard from Adam Schefter, it doesn't sound like there's too much overall concern about A.J. Brown. It also gives the opportunity with those guys out to see some of the younger or lower on the depth chart Eagles, including the newest Eagle, John Mechie III. Kevin Patullo talked about him.
Just his ability to play different positions. He can move around. He's done a good job. He's had some injuries early on, but worked through those, and he's looked pretty good so far this past year. So excited to see what he can do today, especially.
Now, a key component of a happy preseason is health, and the Eagles are kind of towing that line right now. So hopefully they will cut down on those injuries and keep everybody safe ahead of their matchup with the Cowboys in Week 1. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
There are no excuses.
Kincade and Salciunas is live right now on YouTube.
The Fanatic app.
97.5 thefanatic.com.
Any streaming device, and of course, the radio.
Now, back to the show.
It's 8:42 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So Fox Sports did a your favorite, John, NFL power rankings for the teams that are best positioned to win it all in the next 5 years. That sounds like a lot.
Wait a minute. Okay, NFL power rankings of teams prepared to win it the next 5 years.
To win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years.
Okay.
Here's what they weighted most heavily. Obviously, quarterback, head coach, management team, front office, Howie Roseman, right?
Okay.
Talent on rookie deals, and franchise history.
Okay.
You know, like, is that franchise known as being a winning franchise? Which the Eagles, even though it took until 2017-18, those early 2000s teams, they're in the NFC title game every single year.
Okay.
So they weighted a lot of things. Like, nobody thinks the Cleveland Browns is a winning franchise, right? So
not that has actually watched the Cleveland Browns.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So in case you're just wondering who are the bottom, like the bottom 5, 32 is the Saints. 31 is the Colts. 30 is the Browns. 29 is the Dolphins. 28 is the Raiders, despite everybody loving Tom Brady. So those are your bottom 5. This according to the team at Fox.
Okay.
I'll give you the top 5.
Can I guess some of them? Can we do Connor and I do Family Feud?
We're back at Family Feud.
We're back at Family Feud. All right, ready? All right, number 1. Here we go. All right, Eagles.
Bing. He buried it. He spoiled it because they're number 1.
Okay, number 1 answer. No, that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do on Family Feud.
That's why I was going to do the 5 through 1.
Number 1.
Bills.
The Bills are at number 5. On this list.
Good answer.
See,
good
I'm
answer,
good at getting
Connor.
the low ones.
Yes.
Connor, good answer. Good answer. Good answer. I'm going to say the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are just out.
Wow.
They come in at number 6.
Oh, wow. Okay, I know what they're doing then. Go on, Connor. We have 1 strike.
The Lions.
Bing. That's number 3 on the list.
The Commanders. Wow, not there.
They're number 7. Well, they're
It's okay. Good answer.
They're number 7 on the list, so it is a good answer because we're doing top 5.
No, but still, though.
So you got 2 strikes with.
That's 2 strikes. I've got 2 strikes. That's not good.
Two
right,
teams
Connor.
remaining.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 10th on.
Okay, okay, give it to us.
All right, you're 5. The Bills at number 5. The Ravens at number 4.
Oh, we should have said Ravens. Yeah. I'm terrible on that one. That's terrible. That
the
sounds
Lions are at number 3. Here's the surprising. I love their defense.
Are you talking about? Are they going to say Chargers?
No,
Broncos.
Houston Texans.
What?
They have the Texans at 2.
No.
CJ Stroud stuff.
No.
All right, so here's what they wrote about him. The blockbuster Deshaun Watson trade in 2022 is a chance to set up the Texans the way the Herschel Walker trade once jump-started the Cowboys dynasty. Maybe they won't reach the same Super Bowl heights so quickly, but GM Nick Caserio is building a power down there, and he seems to have the perfect coach, and D'Amico Ryans put it all together. They've clearly got the quarterback in C.J. Stroud. I don't know if you can say they've clearly got, but they said he's only 23.
Yeah, exactly.
But they have guys like Will Anderson and Derek Stingley Jr., which, all that's true. Like, their defense is really, really freaking good.
And I like their coach.
And I like Stroud. I just, I
like Stroud, but he had a C- year last year.
Bad.
And he had a B+ year his first year.
Yeah, his rookie season, then he had the sophomore slump, so we'll see. So they have him set up. But clearly they have the Eagles at number 1 for the team that's set up to win over the next 5 years, and that's why the D word could one day be used for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, if you win a second one in a row, yeah, sure.
Now, the reason why I say the Cowboys aren't on there, not only because of their ranking of, let's see where they put them at, 19. They put them at 19. Jerry Jones in the docu-series of the Dallas Cowboys had some interesting comments about what drives him.
What drives him?
What drives him?
I hope it's a driver because he likes his bourbon.
That's True.
I'm sure he has a drive.
And the 7-Eleven wine. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
You don't
He
remember
was
that?
at a 7-Eleven in Texas somewhere.
You can buy, because we're not like that here.
Yes.
I lived in an area where you could do that.
Yeah, you can buy wine, but it's the 7-Eleven. It was like 11.
It was their brand.
It was $11.
Oh, that's sick.
And so everyone's thinking, oh, Jerry Jones, because he drinks Johnny Walker.
It's like the $2 Chuck.
But yeah,
Right,
exactly.
saying.
I'd
Right.
crush 7-Eleven wine.
I'm sure you would.
For Jones, success is financial supremacy. He
is crazy.
suggests as much in part by seeking any and all attention. Here's one of his quotes from the article, or from the docuseries. I think, talking about the Dallas Cowboys, could be a soap opera 365 days of the year.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
I could get the eyeballs and the platform, and I could juice it up a little bit. But just as important, I was dead set on being in business with my children. He does, like, basically what you're finding out is he cares more about the financial profitability of the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
And eventually passing that down to his kids. And winning a Super Bowl is not necessarily toward the top. What he defines success is...
Why wouldn't they be the same?
I don't know.
Why couldn't you do both? Because I can tell you this. I believe within 2 years... 2 years? I believe within like 2 years, Julian Lurie will be running the Eagles.
Sure.
Another couple years, Julian Lurie will be running the Eagles. Jeffrey Lurie can do both.
Yeah, they're what, sixth most profitable organization?
Why can't you be both? Like I don't get that at all. I really don't understand.
He was straight
it.
up asking the docuseries, what drives you? And he was talking about the finances of the Dallas
finances
Cowboys.
is great, but
not winning.
Dude, are you serious?
How about them Cowboys? It's amazing, isn't
That's
it?
awesome.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset today's topics. We'll check our text line. We haven't in a while. My apologies. We'll see what the people are saying. Also, totally random question for you guys, but it's something that we can all relate to. There was a heated debate on social media yesterday over tipping.
Really?
I'll bring that up.
I want to hear
guys.
this.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A series win for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took the series over the Mariners with wins of the first two games of the series. Last night, it was a 6-4 victory. Christopher Sanchez went 6 1/3, struck out 12, only allowed 2 earned runs, and one of those was allowed by Ryan Kerkering, charged to Sanchez in a 7th inning where Kerkering gave up 3 runs and allowed the game to become tied. Luckily for the Phillies, JT Romano stepped to the plate in the 8th inning, made the difference with a 2-run home run. Romano talked after the game, but it wasn't just about himself. He also talked about how Christopher Sanchez can step into the role of ace with Zach Wheeler currently out.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
The Phils have one more with the Mariners. Game 3 is today at 1:05 p.m. Jesus Luzardo faces Luis Castillo as the Phils go for the sweep. Injuries are piling up for the Birds, so not as fun to talk about them right now in training camp. The injury report before practice yesterday had A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith not active. Drew McCuba had a hamstring issue. Johnny Wilson was carted off, so a lot of stuff to keep an eye on with the Birds. We'll hear from head coach Nick Sirianni at 9:40 as he meets with media. This update is brought to you by Moyer & Son. Summer's heating up. Call Moyer Indoor Outdoor for expert pest control and lawn care. Moyer, trusted service, year-round solutions. Visit eMoyer.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Eagles offensive court.
So 5 minutes from now.
I can't believe it's almost
I know.
9 o'clock.
Today's been flying by.
Yeah,
Man, we're
today's
getting
flying.
closer and closer. It's been a fast summer. You would think, oh, man, the dog days, it's got to be tough doing the job.
It's been a fast
man,
summer.
It's been a fun summer. When we're on the same page, baby, that's beautiful. At 9 o'clock, I have a tipping question for you because
Cannot
there
wait
was
for
a
this.
heated debate on social media yesterday. But before we do that, I want to check the text line. We started the show with more Phillies after another great win over the Mariners yesterday. Great performance by Christopher Sanchez. Great to see JT Realmuto with the big home run. The lineup looks deeper now that Alec Boehm is back. So another nice win for the Phillies. I'm obviously still down because of the Zach Wheeler news, and I think their World Series chances took a major, almost 100% hit. But Johnny's trying to cheer me up, trying to make me feel better, and I've appreciated
Has it worked at
that.
all?
I mean, look, I don't disagree with everything that you're saying. I just think it's highly unlikely, especially I don't like the gambling of, well, if this lineup gets hot. And it's not just you guys saying it. Dave Dombrowski has said it. And I don't like that my president of baseball operations is operating with that feeling. Oh, internal improvement. Remember that? Remember the internal improvement comments from Dave Dombrowski? Like, I'm not sitting here holding my breath waiting for Max Kepler and Harrison Bader and Brandon Marsh and Nick Castellanos to be hot for 3 weeks. All of them, not one of them. All of them. Because I can't have
No.
2/3 of my outfield being out on a given night.
All right, I got you.
But you're making me feel, putting a smile on my face.
All I'm trying to do is that I know the weird thing is that I used to have a boss who would say to me, John, in the business world, he'd go, John, resist the urge to be you. And it was sort of condescending. He'd be like, John, like on this, he'd be like, he'd know how logical, he'd know how, like, we'd be breaking something down. He'd go, John, I need you to resist the urge to be you here.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, stop being you for a second and just look at this like a human being would or whatever.
Right.
And I ask you today, I know how you want to be as a fan. I know how you are programmed as a person. This doesn't sound like you, so I want you to hopefully we're going to win you over to this and we're going to get you around to this. It's going to be good.
I sure hope so.
We're getting you there.
I
We're getting
appreciate it. By the way, I'm scrolling through our YouTube chat, and Mark has not responded since calling us cowards because we would like to not see Micah Parsons week.
By the way, I put that to Adam Schefter. I put it to Adam in text.
Yeah.
So I said we're getting ripped for because there was another. He was following up with me on something else, and I said we're getting called cowards for not wanting. I said good stuff on Parsons. We're getting knocked for cowards for not wanting to face Micah Parsons if we had the choice. And he goes, what coach in the NFL wants to face Micah Parsons if they have the choice? He says if he's taking himself out,
yeah,
you take it every time.
No, it's a win. Yeah,
if he's taking himself out, I mean seriously,
I've not seen.
If he's taking himself out, why don't you want that?
Dawu did eventually comment saying, "What's wrong with wanting a tough challenge?" Like I'm not.
We're not.
I'm not anti-challenging yourself in life. I'm just saying, if you could tell me that Micah Parsons doesn't play Week 1, I'm celebrating that. Call me a coward all you want.
That's why I like boneless wings over the bone-in wings. They're easier to eat.
There's no such thing as boneless wings.
All right, let's not do this conversation. All right,
you eat chicken nuggets.
What
you
do
eat
we
little
got
kids'
on
chicken
the
nuggets.
text line there, Connor?
Quinn checks in on that Micah Parsons conversation and says, as long as you're not rooting for an injury, I'm always happy. The best player on the other team isn't on the field. That's a good thing for your team. Quinn also plays in our men's league, Andy.
Oh, how about that?
There you go.
All right. I don't know what team Quinn's
Nets, I believe.
Oh. Didn't go as far as we did in the playoffs.
No.
Yeah. Look, if Micah Parsons is not on the field, like that's not cowardice. And again, we all are in agreement, not rooting for injury.
No.
This is
nobody
strictly
is.
His team, his owner, Jerry Jones, is refusing to pay him money that he definitely deserves, and so he might hold out. And if he holds out, I celebrate that for the Eagles. I wanted Blake Bortles and the Jags to hold on to their halftime lead to beat Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Anybody who wanted to say, no, bring on Brady, baby. I don't want to face Blake Bortles. Stop. It's crazy talk.
You know what I wanted in 2009? I wanted the Angels to beat the Yankees. What happened in 2009? The better team won the World Series.
Yep.
Wouldn't it have been nice if they won back-to-back World Series because they played the quote-unquote lesser opponent in back-to-back years?
I promise you this, it would be never talked about.
I'm just saying, like, why are we doing this?
It would be never talked about.
Oh, man, I want the cowards. I want the challenge.
I know we won back-to-back World Series, but we beat the Rays and the Angels, so you can't really count it.
Right.
Stop! We would never have these conversations don't exist.
All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, there was a heated debate on social media yesterday. Technically, it spanned 2 days. The tweet was posted around 5:30 on August the 18th, so that was on Monday. A congresswoman, Marionette, it's a great name. Marionette,
is she a puppet?
Marionette Miller Weeks. She's with Iowa. Congresswoman serving Iowa. She went to a local restaurant to get lunch in Iowa County.
Okay.
Sundown Bar and Grill. I guarantee you that place slaps.
Yeah, I'd go there.
If your place is named Sundown Bar and Grill, your food is absolutely tremendous. I can just know it off the name of the place itself. So it was a political tweet. I got to celebrate no tax on tips with our wonderful server. She's thrilled about this provision and excited to keep more of what she earns. So it was a political,
great. By the way, it's something that everybody should be celebrating.
Absolutely.
There's nothing bad about it.
Now she is getting ripped for how much she tipped.
Ooh, what's the bill?
Well, this is where we have the interesting conversation.
Okay.
I have to pull it up on my phone.
All right, I want to see this bill.
I need to zoom in.
Oh, this
so
is
I
good.
Can see it. So it was a lunch for one.
Lunch for one.
Daytime, glass of water. So she didn't have, no cocktail. So her total bill
was what?
Was $17.
She should tip minimum $4.
She tipped the 20%, which is $3.40.
Okay, minimum $4. She's fine.
All right. She is getting crushed.
Why?
For only tipping $4.
Why?
This is where we have the interesting conversation. So 20% by letter of the law, that's like to me, that's bare minimum.
Well, she's not even tipping 20. Oh, no, she is tipping 20.
She's tipping 20. She tipped at 20. So like there's literally.
What, did she have a card?
No, with cash. And the change is on the 40 cents. You see the 40 cents in coins on the table.
All right, what's she getting ripped for then?
People think because of the low amount of the bill, she should have rounded up to like $5. I will tell you right now, that's what I would do.
I agree.
I would have rounded up to $5, but she's tipping 20%. I know people that don't even tip 20%, which I think is you're a horrible person if you're tipping below 20%.
Minimum $4. Okay, what was the bill again?
It was $17. So 20% was $3.40. She gave her $3 and a quarter and a nickel and a dime.
24%. That's a 24% tip. $4 is 24% tip. $4 is. No, that's fine. $4 minimum. And if you go higher than that's fine. A $4 tip is 24%.
See?
Are you kidding me?
But
what did she do? Did you get a foot rub too? I mean, I am absolutely. If I have the worst service, I will always give 20%.
Right, 20% is bare minimum.
The worst service. But I mean, come on now. No one should be getting ripped for over 20%.
I put $5 down.
That's a joke.
I would tip the person $5 because it's not his or her fault that I was there by myself and got a cheap meal.
Yeah, it just feels little. So
like you did
almost
just as much work probably as you would have a table for two. It's just you're carrying out one extra plate. That's why we got two arms, baby. I would tip $5 in that situation. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, but
it's the debate. The debate got heated because people are ripping her for tipping only $3.40. However, she's tipping 20%.
Now, tipping $3.40 to me is what's crazy. That's crazy to me.
But that's 20%
on the nose.
No. Putting 40 cents down. I don't.
So you would have gone to even 4.
Yeah, I said 4 should be the floor, and if you decide to go further than that, go further. Now, to me, when a lot of times down the shore. We've had this down the shore this summer. When you're getting waited on by a kid, I always go higher with a kid. Like if I see a teenager waiting on you or something like that, always sort of try to go a little higher with a kid.
I don't really consider that. I don't
if
know.
I see a kid working a summer job, and you go, you could give 4, you could give 5, you could give 6, you could give 7. Always go higher with a kid. That's just me. Is that a kid? I always think of but a lot of times. There's nothing. I mean, a 20% tip is really nice. 24%, 25%.
Also, I think people are missing this because the reason that she went was the no tax on tips, so they're getting more of the tip. So I think she's proven the point that hey, I can tip 20%,
and
now she gets more of that. I think people are just getting caught up in the numbers.
I've seen people get out that little card, which I find really aggravating. By the way, there is. I can't say.
I find it interesting. There are a lot of people that were upset with how little she tipped, even though she tipped 20%.
That's not little.
But what I would do personally, I would tip $5. Now, Connor and I'm curious to get your opinion on this, John. Connor and I both have establishments where frequently maybe a beer or two would be covered on the house.
Yeah, we were regulars, so they cut us a drink or something.
You better tip a lot.
So what I do is, let's say I got a plate of wings from a place called, I don't know, the Rook in Manayunk, and it costs $12, and they said, hey, these wings are on the house. I would put the $12 on the tip.
No question.
Like whatever the price of the meal or whatever.
By the way, tip and some.
And yes, correct.
No, absolutely.
All right, so we're all on the same page.
No, you should do that. You take care of. I don't like at the golf course. They put the service charge in. They put like a tip in. Always tip above it. I always tip above it.
Yeah, sure.
But I know that a lot of people.
Well, there's a lot of bad tippers out there, which is horrible.
Right, can't be a bad tipper.
By the way, I just got to ask: is Sundown Bar and Grill a name that would cause problems for people?
Why?
No. People on the YouTube chat saying that sounds like a place where only like a white person would go.
What? I'm
really confused. I try to be as
Sundown Bar and Grill
educated as possible. Is that a term that's bad?
No.
I legitimately am wondering because sometimes I get confused.
It does sound a little country, but I don't really. I don't know.
Well, guess what? Don't go to Atlanta. Because in Atlanta, you have country bars, and there are black country bars. So, I mean, if you think if you're getting good into stereotypes, there are African American country bars.
I'm just because I
don't get it.
I don't get it. When somebody gets upset, I want to try to know, all right, exactly why that would be upsetting someone.
I have no idea why.
To be clear, when I said the Sundown Bar and Grill sounds like a place that probably has good food, it's because it sounds like a place that would have good food.
I will say this, though. Country music concerts up here, the demographic is slightly different. Different than in Georgia.
Yeah.
Slightly different.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
Slightly different.
All right.
So maybe that's where that comes from.
Maybe. All right, coming up next. 5 minutes of Schefter. Best 5 minutes. There was a lot in it. So the 5 best minutes of Schefter comes your way next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid, so why should you have to
Today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, we're about to play our 5 best minutes of Schefter, but I just want to address this previous segment because there are people on our YouTube chat that are discussing why a black American would be upset by the sundown. Obviously because of sundown towns. I've been doing my research during the commercial break because, as I said, like I mean it. Like I'm dead serious when I say I try to learn as much as possible.
Correct.
I'm a cultured person, because of my European heritage. Like I love learning about cultures and the struggles that cultures have. I just wanted to be clear that when I said the Sundown Bar and Grill sounds like a fun place.
Oh my gosh.
Good food.
Yes.
I meant like any bar that has a name. Like go to any bar in Florida that has like the Marina Bar, like
whatever,
anything
whatever.
like that.
You don't need to.
I want to address that first and foremost.
You shouldn't have to even explain it.
I do not know when this establishment was opened.
Yes.
If this establishment was opened in the 1960s when laws were created,
before I was born,
and they named it that based off of the laws, totally get you. Or it opened up 10 years ago. I have no idea when this bar opened
Exactly.
up.
And by the way, the vast, vast majority of our audience would not listen to your comment and think that. Or be worried about that.
Some people did.
No, exactly.
And I want to address it.
And you did. You addressed it. It's fine. You addressed it. You got it.
And there's angry people on the YouTube chat. Not toward me. They're angry that people get upset. And it's like,
well, no.
Everybody
has
take a deep breath.
Yes, it's just but
everybody just take a deep
breathe.
breath.
We did not mean that. We apologize if it came across as that.
No.
We move on.
No, but then there's people that are upset that people are upset. And it's like, just everybody relax.
But you shouldn't have to apologize for it. You apologize when you offend somebody because you meant to offend them.
Sure.
Or you did something offensive. You didn't.
Sure.
You said something and somebody took an offense.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Anyways, the conversation was mainly about tipping. All right, here are your 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter from earlier today. It's from ESPN. You know him. You love him. Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's going on?
Hello there, Adam.
We're doing well. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff, which we're excited for. But we got the confusing out of nowhere trade over the weekend that you reported when the Eagles acquired John Mechie from the Houston Texans. Is there any more to the trade, or was this just hey, let's bring a guy in and see if the upside's still there?
I think that's exactly what it was. You got a team in the Eagles that has 13 draft picks. I think it's 13 in 2026. So they've got more picks than they actually need. They're loaded up to bear. And we know that they're always looking. And here's a player that I think had some value to some teams around the league that they felt could help improve their roster. And they decided, you know what, let's roll the dice. We're not even going to wind up getting a pick. And they made that trade. I think they'll look to make more trades this weekend. I'm not saying they will, but they're definitely going to be looking to make more trades this weekend.
Ooh, I like that.
They have all these picks. And again, now I don't want you to get your hopes up. It's not like they're trading for Micah Parsons or Trey Hendrickson.
Right.
I don't expect that to happen. But they're going to be looking. I mean, but by the way, every team's looking. It's not unique to them. They just have a way of getting these things done and finding a way to make it happen. So if they can make another trade or two this weekend, it wouldn't surprise me.
If you don't have any information on this right now and we have to wait till next week, that's fine. But I'm curious, have you heard anything on the hamstring with A.J. Brown, who's barely practiced this training camp?
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. In fact, I saw John's comment on Sunday after the trade, and I asked around to a few different people, like, oh, could this trade be related to A.J. Brown's hamstring? And I was assured it had nothing to do with that. So, but good theory, John.
I'm glad to see breaking news that the big NFL insiders are checking out my work, which is good because I like it verified. Because it just is. It seemed strange because he seems like the player that Jahan Dotson already is on the roster, and there doesn't seem to be enough balls to be able to get Jahan Dotson any looks. So it just seemed a little strange to me.
Yeah, but again, you got a receiver that at one point when he was coming out was a second-round draft pick in an Alabama offense that knows Devonta Freeman and Jalen Hurts. It just makes sense. Like, okay. By the way, you're trading a tight end that might not have made the roster. You're flopping picks, like whatever.
Right.
Like it's a free square.
Hey, Shefty, how much longer do we have to see Micah Parsons in the NFC East?
Well,
are we going to see him in 2 weeks too?
That's another good question.
Are we going to see him in 2 weeks?
I think that one's just way up in the air. Like, I don't know how that's going to go. I'm just telling you, I don't know whether it's after this season, whether the Cowboys would do something this season. I don't think so, but you never know. it certainly doesn't feel like those two sides are interested in getting a long-term deal done. And it seems like they're, at some point in time, I don't know when, but it seems like at some point in time, they're headed for a divorce. It's what it feels like to me.
Would there be a drop-dead date, you believe, of Parsons where they have to get something done for him to be ready for opening night, since we are 15 days away?
They haven't talked about contract in 3-4 months.
That's incredible.
That's what I'm saying. It feels different than Dak and CD last year. It just does. Okay? Now, again, I understand I could be surprised this weekend, and all of a sudden Jerry Jones could call the agent for Micah Parsons, and they could sit down and they could hammer out a deal that makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Could that happen? Absolutely. I'm just telling you there's no evidence that will happen. Okay? None right now.
Schefter.
Could it happen? Yeah. We're headed into that time of the year where things do happen, where we really are on the clock. And so assuming that they don't get a deal, well, I can tell you what we're going to be talking about on this show next week and the week after. Your season opens 2 weeks from tomorrow night. The Dallas Cowboys are coming to Philadelphia. Jerry Jones himself, when he last talked about it, said he didn't know if Micah Parsons would be playing in that game. He hasn't practiced at all. Where's it going? It's going to be one of the stories of the season.
By the way, I remember I warned you about the Commanders. I'm telling you, the end of the season games with the Commanders are going to be good for the Birds, that the Commanders games aren't going to mean as much. I'm not buying into them. We're seeing people talk about the Commanders and their age and things like that. Are there any other teams that maybe you have in the back of your mind that you're thinking, I'm hearing good things about them all summer long, but I got a nagging thought they may not be as good as we think?
Look, last year you couldn't have been any more bullish on Washington than I was, correct?
Yes,
going into the year.
absolutely.
Going into the year.
Sure.
I mean, I think I was one of the rare people who said that they're going to.
You were all over it. You were all over it. And I was so worried about Jaden Daniels being a Commander. I didn't like it at all because I think he's great.
I don't feel the same way about them this year. Like, I'm not telling you they're, how do I say this the right way so it doesn't get taken out of context. I don't have the same great vibes about them that I did last year. I still think they'll be a good team. I still think they'll be a tough team. But last year, I think they had so many elements going in their direction. This year, just that Terry thing, I think that hangs over them. They're not going to surprise anybody. The schedule's tougher. I just think it's a bigger challenge for them. And last year, they exceeded expectations. And I'm not telling you they can't do that again this year. They certainly could because Jaden Daniels is that good. But I just don't feel that way going into this year about them.
Shefty, we appreciate the time as always, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
Have a great day, guys.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Shefty. You can check out the entire thing on 97.5thefanatic.com as well as our YouTube chat or YouTube page. Shout out to Haley for always doing great work.
Good job, Hale.
I was reading the YouTube chat during the 5 best minutes. And again, I appreciate everybody's a part of our show on a daily basis. And we all have more and more to learn about in life, John. We all do. And that's the beauty of life, that you can always learn. All right, coming up next, let's look around the NFL and some of the quarterback situations. We're pretty lucky here in Philadelphia with what we got going on because there were decisions made this week that just show how bad some other situations are. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils beat the Mariners again. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took their second straight win over the Mariners last night. A 6-4 final from the bank, and Christopher Sanchez was great again on the mound. 12 strikeouts and just a little over 6 innings worth of work. He did allow 2 earned runs, but one of those was a run charged to him that was allowed by Ryan Kirkering, who gave up 3 runs in the 7th inning to let the score be evened at 4. Luckily for the Phillies, JT Realmuto got in the bat in the 8th inning. He blasted a 2-run home run that made the difference in the game. Realmuto talked after the game, but not just about his home run. He talked about Christopher Sanchez and how he could step up to be the ace of the staff in the wake of the Zach Wheeler news.
There's a lot of teams Sanchez would be the ace on, so he's had that type of stuff for us. He's been doing it for years now, so there's no reason that he won't continue that.
Game 3 against the Mariners today at 1:05 p.m. Jesus Luzardo faces Luis Castillo. Injuries are starting to pile up for the Birds at training camp. The injury report before practice yesterday had a bunch of names, including A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Drew Makuba had a bit of a hamstring issue during practice, and Johnny Wilson was carted off. We'll hopefully get more information on those injuries when we hear from Nick Sirianni, who meets with media coming up at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Andrew DeCecco, the Fanatics Birds insider.
Rookie wide receiver Darius Cooper. The Eagles seem to be trying to find different ways to maximize his value and give him the best chance at making the roster.
No hot takes, just in-depth analysis.
by the Fanatic. So when we had Schefter on earlier today, I asked him about his opinion, but also what a team would tell you when it comes to selecting certain starting quarterbacks. Because this week we had the news that Joe Flacco was named the starter of the Cleveland Browns. We found out yesterday that the Colts are moving on from Anthony Richardson. Well, he's still on the team, but they're going with Daniel Jones as their starter in week 1.
Supposedly they're talking about trades, though.
Sure. We know that the Giants will be going with Russell Wilson, despite Jackson Dart having a very good 2 weeks in the preseason in the games that we have been able to see. So I'm curious what your guys' belief is on the giving the reins to the young quarterback versus like the bridge. And it's been a while since we've seen it here. Hurts was drafted to be the backup. Don't let anybody lie to you. He was not drafted to be the starting quarterback at the Philadelphia Eagles. They drafted him to be the backup. Wentz was supposed to be the guy.
Because they knew Wentz had been injured for his first few years of his career.
Right.
And they decided we need to have somebody that we feel could viably step in
and he's
for
cheap.
A couple games.
And he's cheap because he's a rookie draft pick as opposed to signing a free agent like a Nick Foles who cost them a decent amount of money. Before Wentz, there was Sam Bradford was still on the roster. And there was talks of the 1 year where Wentz learns and then Sam Bradford eventually moves on. It's been a while since we've seen the let's draft a quarterback and play him right away debate in Philadelphia. Where do you guys fall on that? Because I am somebody that wants to just give the young kid the shot. I think that's the only way they will learn. It's kind of like doing this for a living, like when you produced, Connor, or when you were training, I made you run the board. Sure, you watched me for a day, and then I was like, all right, you got us the rest of the way.
And you were right there with him.
Yeah, because that's the best way to learn is by doing it.
Some people would say I still have a lot to learn.
Absolutely, but we'll leave it at that. I'm somebody that thinks you only learn from actually experiencing it.
I don't learn by being told. I have to. If you said to me, John, go home today and here's how you fix this or here's how you do this. Or if I stood and watched you or you let me do it and you counseled me through it, then I can figure out how to do it. So I need hands-on.
So
I like the way you think better.
The Cleveland Browns going with Joe Flacco. Why? Now, you can say that they don't truly believe in Dylan Gabriel, who they drafted in the 3rd round, and Shedeur Sanders, who they drafted in the 5th round. I'll then respond with, then why did they use those draft picks? And then you could tell me, well, Joe Flacco gives them their best chance of winning to start the season. They're not winning a damn thing. And I know you and Schefter said you would take the over in 4.5 wins.
I would absolutely, no questions asked. In fact, I may have already looked at my BetParks app
I can't
about doing
believe
that.
you feel that comfortable.
Oh, I'm very comfortable.
Like
with
that
comfortable. not even a question.
Betting money on this Cleveland Browns team is
No,
wild.
That sounds like dirty. It sounds like dirty work.
I got no problem with going that. They got to win 5 games. They got to go 5-12. Yes.
I want 0 of my financial liquidity
on the
Cleveland Browns.
They have to go. That team has to go 5-12. Lead me to it.
Okay,
I'll absolutely take it.
So, where do you guys fall on this when it comes to the veteran quarterback versus the rookie?
I disagree with you guys. I would rather the rookie sit, but it's more complicated than that, right? I look at Patrick Mahomes, who sat a year behind Alex Smith and then took over. I look at Jalen Hurts, who sat for a lot of the year, his first year, behind Carson Wentz and then took over. But it's more of an expectations thing than a proper practices. I think a lot of it has to do with the standing your coach and GM are in, right? Because if you've got a coach who's on the chopping block, I'd rather see a bridge. I'd rather see a guy go out there because they're trying to extend their job.
So you'd rather not what the Titans are doing, which is, hey, Cam Ward, it's you got this.
Yeah, because the tough thing there is you then, as the young quarterback, don't just feel the pressure to prove yourself. You inherently feel the pressure, hey, these guys' jobs are on the line if I don't perform.
All right, now let me talk about this because the examples that you use, Mahomes to Alex Smith. Alex Smith was a winning quarterback in the NFL.
He wasn't really a bridge.
They won. They made the playoffs with Alex Smith.
A couple years.
So it's not like Alex Smith was just a guy that was there. No, he was a playoff quarterback. You mentioned Wentz. Wentz was an MVP candidate before getting hurt in 2017. in the example, like Joe Flacco, like they're not going to make the playoffs. You want to say they win 5 games for your bet? That's fine, but they're not making.
They're not making
the
playoffs.
playoffs.
No.
And so, what are you learning from your team? You don't learn who Dylan Gabriel is. You don't learn who Shedeur Sanders is. In the example of the New York Giants, you don't learn who Jackson Dart is in year 1.
Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel are not ready to be NFL starting quarterbacks.
Okay, but then
they're not ready to start.
But here's where I will then say, all right, but this is where I think some teams making the mistake.
Okay.
So now next year we'll see if they are. And so that means you're 2 years.
No. Week 10 we may. Week 11 we may. Week 12 we may.
All right, and then somebody will say, well, they never had the full season to try to prove themselves.
But the thing is,
then you give them the full season the next year.
They're going to come on like they're going to do what Jalen Hurts did.
And now Myles Garrett is 2 years into his extension.
No, Jalen Hurts took over with 4 games to play.
Yeah, but we would have missed a year if Jalen Hurts stunk. Like, we would have lost the year. Like, that's the thing. We got lucky in some ways, and it was proper evaluation in some ways, but you extend the timeline for potentially getting a better guy if you wait to play those guys. That's
I don't believe it means that. I don't believe it means Joe Flacco starting week 1 does not mean Joe Flacco is going to be the starter week 9.
I got you.
Like, I don't think Russell Wilson is going to be. I don't believe Russell Wilson would be the starter by after Halloween.
You think Dart takes over?
Yes, not by Halloween.
The Saints one's another weird situation. He's backing up Rattler, right? As of right now, it's still Spencer Rattler is the starting quarterback. They might be the worst team in football. They could end up being the worst team in football, right? Like
they are.
Like, what if they have the number 1 overall pick? Are you now using that number 1 overall pick on another quarterback?
Yeah, they are.
Or
because
are you
look at their head coaches.
But you never learned who Tyler Shuck was, who you drafted.
But they're not. They didn't draft Tyler Shuck to be their franchise quarterback. He's not the franchise quarterback. They're drafting. They would draft number 1. They would draft the best quarterback on the board if they had the number 1 pick in the draft.
So then why did you use a second-round pick on a quarterback who you don't have any plans for?
Because of the fact that you've already been in places where you've seen a quarterback, that you could take a quarterback, you could potentially play him, you could potentially flip him. You know what? Quarterbacks are incredible commodities.
You're using a second-round pick on a potential flip piece down the road?
When you're already bad enough to get a high first?
Because you don't know where you're going to draft in that draft.
Yeah, but I think we all have a pretty good idea that the Saints might stink, and if they have the top pick or a top 3 pick, they're drafting a quarterback.
They're in that division. They don't know how bad they're going to be.
Okay.
You know?
I'm somebody that says I'd rather learn right away.
Yeah, but you're going to Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel are not ready to be NFL quarterbacks week 1 against week 1 starting defense.
People said that about Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
And I'll say that Joe Flacco is ready for retirement.
That's fair.
Like, I'm serious.
It's fair.
So, what are you learning that way? Like, you're not. All right, coming up next, Nick Sirianni will speak to the media.
Come on, Nick. Oh, by the way,
Tell us.
life-saving cancer research. You're going to absolutely love it. Window Nation made a donation to the AACR. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
Head coach Nick Sirianni comes your way next here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
I'm holding out hope that Aaron Nola returns to the
9:40 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, as we await head coach Nick Sirianni, shockingly not on time. Let's sneak in a call before we get to Nick Sirianni. Our man Glenn in Wallingford. What's up, Glenn? How have you been, dude?
Hi, Glenn.
Hey, what's going on, boys? It's good to hear you guys. Hope you guys have had a great summer. Getting ready for football here in a couple weeks.
Hell yeah, you ready ready for our Temple Owls to try to hit that over?
Ready for that.
3.5 wins this year.
Oh, the over is a lock.
Hell
Lock
yeah,
it up.
man. Let's
Lock
go
it up,
TU,
man.
baby.
Casey Keeler's got to go in the right direction, I feel. So, hey, other question I had was, or the big question I had, with Wheeler going down, right? I mean, I felt personally that with Wheeler and Sanchez and, the bullpen kind of being, situated again, I felt that I was feeling pretty good that the Phillies could beat anybody in any series and win the World Series, right? Now, when one of your aces goes down, I don't know what my expectations are. Should it still be the same because Sanchez is that good, but in a short series,
Well, and look, in a short series, and here's my point. Thanks for the call, Glenn. Nick Sirianni is about to speak. I don't think the Phillies can't win a playoff series. Like, you give me Sanchez in game one of a 3-game series, I think I'm up 1-0. That means I need to win one of the next 2. It's just, can they do this over the course of a 3-game series, 5-game series, and 2 7-game series? That's where I hesitate.
That's where I'd hesitate to.
All right, here's head coach Nick Sirianni addressing the media.
At the best time. Mike was talking yesterday about how it's important for position coaches, not just to be good teachers and good coaches, but to work together. It seems like you have that on your staff. How do you get that? How do you build that? How important is that?
Yeah, again, if we want our players to connect, it starts with us as coaches of leading the way as far as, leading by example. And we try to do that as coaches to promote that with our players. And so, yeah, so important too, what Walsh said with him and, especially him, Clint, Bobby working in that front 7, working together, right? The group rush is one of the most important things that happen. When you see a quarterback break contain or things like that, it's, there's obviously different reasons for that, but sometimes it's not working in unison as a group. And so it's so important that those guys are on the same page. And I love the fact that Clint and Bobby and Walsh are all on the same page and have a good relationship. So it's just another verification of our culture, of what we want to, have here with the connection, with the togetherness.
What did you know about John Mechie before the trade? What do you think he can add to the team?
Yeah, obviously really liked him coming out and, with, all our guys, having a bunch of Alabama guys on the roster, talking to those guys as you'd see an Alabama game when he came out of college, because obviously he made a lot of plays there. And so it was always a fan of his game, and then being able to watch him, he's quick. He's very quick. He's really, the thing that really stood out to me is how tough he is. And, just with how he blocks, just how he finishes on the sideline with the ball in his hands, you can just really see there's some similarities that you can tell they got coached by the same guys in college, because there's some similarities to how they finish with that ball in their hands to Devontae. And so, just always been a fan of his game and excited about the things that he can add to this football team.
How do you balance, being conservative with certain star players' workloads versus what happens out there in practice?
Yeah, everybody's on a individualized plan, but everybody, there is, make no mistake about it, to get ready to play in the season, you got to practice, or else your habits aren't going to be sharp. And so everybody, I wouldn't say, Jeff, that we just are conservative with them. If somebody's going through something and he's a second stringer or third stringer and he has something that he's dealing with, we'll be conservative with that guy as well. Because at this time, and that's obviously the same case with our guys that are starters. And so everybody, we look at that with everybody. But if they're ready to go, they're practice, right? Unless, something went on the day before, but their workload was a little high, and then maybe we'll pull back a little bit. So everybody's is individualized, but if they're ready to go, they're going to practice, and if they have something that's bothering them, that we feel like our trainers and our doctors feel like they need limitations, we'll do that as well.
And Nick, any concern with AJ and Devontae specifically that they won't be ready for week 1?
Yeah, and we, again, don't have to get all into that information at this particular time. Bob will get you all the things for practice today. But, yeah, they're working really hard to get themselves ready to go.
You have one more day of camp left, but with it wrapping up, is there one thing that stands out to you about the last few weeks, either positive that you think the team improved on, or just something about this last month that stands out to you?
Yeah, you're always trying to improve, and you see we do different types of drills to help our guys improve in certain areas, and so there's been a couple things. I guess my thought is, hey, we're still in camp right now, but I know there are certain things that are so important for game 1, game 2, game 3, the first month of that season, that we're working on a little bit even more as camp goes on, and so. Just want to continue to get better at those things because we know how vital they are for opening games. And yes, we still have one more day of training camp here, a lighter day today, but then it's going to be the shift of the focus will be, hey, getting ready for this first game of the season.
On a personal level, what's it been like to see Kevin Patullo in this new role, and how have you seen him put a stamp on the offense?
Yeah, I think he's done. Like I've said before, I think he's just so hungry for this job that he's as you would expect from Kevin. He puts everything he has into it. Always here, working hard to do what he can do for our offense to get them in put them in positions to succeed. And like I said, he has great relationships with the players on this team. Where he can have a lot of good communication and dialogue with them. I just think he's done a really good job. The operation seems, whether we're doing operations out at practice or whether we're doing them at games or whether we're doing them at a joint practice or whether we're doing them at a practice in the stadium, that has been really good. And as expected, just because we've been together so long, of that communication of what's happening on different downs, different situations, and Kevin's done a really good job, and Parks has done a good job kind of taking Kevin's role to help Kevin out in that scenario. So, yeah, I think he's done a really good job so far, and look for him to continue to do so.
On defense, you're going to have probably rookies either starting or contributing heavily again early in the season. You guys did that last year as a head coach. How do you with rookies in particular, prepare them for that? How do you equip them?
Yeah, practice, all the different things we do in practice, again, when you put guys out there, you trust those guys. You trust them to be in there in those situations, and that doesn't happen. Again, all your confidence of things grow in practice, whether that's my confidence in a play, if I'm deciding to go for it on 4th down, right? Am I confident in that, the players that we're throwing it to and the play that's being called? Well, it's the same thing with practice when you put somebody out in the field. Are you confident with those players and, with the things that are being called to utilize those players?
At the reserve tackle spot, do you want to have a swing guy there?
I don't know if that's – yeah. It doesn't have to be, Jeff, right? We'll play if the guy's better on the right, we'll play him on the right. If the guy's better on the left, we'll play him on the left. If the guy's better overall and he's a swing guy, I guess I've done that every single way that you can imagine in my time in the NFL, where sometimes you got a guy that just plays right that's a backup. Sometimes you have one that just plays left, and sometimes you have a swing guy. And so I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned how that looks, as long as we're ready to go as far as having a guy in each position that we need to back up.
Staff development, have you considered giving position coaches more responsibility in these preseason games, whether it's defensive play, calling, game management, things like that?
No, and here's why, Zach. We're going through our process for us to be ready for a game. Obviously, I've seen that be done. and it works for some people, and that's fine. But everyone's mission is different during training camp. Everyone, in a lot of aspects, everyone's mission is the same, but everyone has different aspects of what they're doing. My job and what I want to do is to sharpen the tools of the things the coaches need to get ready for week one, just like we're doing for the players. And that's kind of an example thing too, right? We need that. First and foremost, we need that work to be able to go through and get ourselves ready to be sharp, because it's been a while since we've done that. But also you just want to set that example that, we're all trying to improve in things. I used to be around a place where it was like some of the young assistant position coaches would, hey, you go help out with defensive tackle this week instead of the defensive ends. And I still feel the same way about that as I do with this. You want them to continue to sharpen the tools of the things that they're going to be doing in the season, just like with the players.
Bringing on the rookies, to follow up about the rookies, how has Jahad Campbell specifically shown to you things that give you confidence in him?
Obviously, again, in practice, you see him make plays, you see him be able to defeat blocks, you see him, he really has great motor to the football, tough, length. And so, and just growing in the defense every day. Again, it's the daily things, but those are some particular traits that I've seen.
Going back to the pass rush drills, we see Connor Barwin as like the stand-in quarterback for those. I guess, what are some of the behind-the-scenes ways that he helps get the most out of practice? And is there something about those drills in particular that he does that we might not notice that it helps those guys?
Yeah. Obviously you see him in linebacker drills too, put the pads on, not the pads on, but the dummy on so he gets a strike, right? So Bobby doesn't have to get that every single time. And he's big and strong, and so he can handle that. Well, it's the same thing there. He's able to, he's a good athlete. He's able to catch a snap sometimes when you don't have as good athlete back there. The guy drops the snap and the ball's on the ground. And then they're working on, the defensive line is working on finishing. We talk about the ball so much. They're working on finishing with the strip attempt. And, Connor's got the pad on his arm. I guess I thought he was a little tougher than that. But, no, that's for them to be able to simulate that. It's just he's a good enough athlete to be able to get out of the way in those areas. But Connor, and why he's in those drills. But Connor's so valuable to our football team because, he's helping develop, helping us as coaches, helping Howie and his staff of helping develop guys. And, that's your job as a coach is to constantly develop. And the more resources I have and Howie has to be able to develop our team, those are welcomed.
What do you like about Cooper DeJean at outside and cornerback? And what made you want to try him in this point in training?
Yeah, again, just his versatility. You want to be able to have versatility out there. And, Coop has that. Coop, obviously he can do a lot of different things. He can punt return. He can play nickel at a high level. He's played corner at a high level. Just a really good football player, and you're testing things out in this time and working different things at this time always.
He's gotten first team reps, obviously by circumstance to a certain point, but as an undrafted kid, as a head coach, how does somebody like that catch your eye? Is it more consistent?
Yeah, you got it. Both, yeah. It can't just be splash plays. It's got to be consistency. But the splash plays is what initially catches your eye. I've had a lot of free agents, make our football team in the past from all the way back. I'm just speaking of receiver, thinking of three guys that come to my mind. You have Zach Pascal, obviously he was here with us. You have Tyrell Williams from the Chargers and Dontrell Inman. And all those guys gave us a lot of quality reps. So you're always looking for guys that can contribute no matter how you acquired them. And, again, you're looking for consistency, but you also have to have the talent to be able to shine, to get in there. And, he's done a nice job so far.
Joe Douglas on the sideline with the headset, which is atypical for a front office person. What's his role in the game day operations?
Yeah, again, we don't need to. I'm not going to get into everybody's operations there. Joe's just a great resource for us to have, and he's awesome at his job. So we appreciate having him.
There's head coach Nick Sirianni addressing the media for today's media availability.
He's gotten silky smooth.
Hell yeah, he is.
He's gotten silky smooth.
We did have Colin on our YouTube chat wondering if we can start an again counter. Apparently, again is the go-to word.
I'm telling you this. I think Nick has gone from
he's done a tremendous job.
C-D student to being really good at that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done a
I like his
job.
answers.
All right, Ray Dunn comes your way next. Do we know
Talk
who's
about
with
an
Ray?
ace
Brent
dude.
Gunner, right?
Gunner
gets a slip in
Gunner's
again.
there. Gunner with no hat on today.
How about that?
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, Gunner with Ray Dunn, they come your way next. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning on a Thursday. We're getting closer to the weekend already. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Talk to you tomorrow here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
JT plays the hero. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won their second